All right, good evening, folks. This is a short discussion on lawful rebellion, Article 61, council tax and the likes of. Introduce Flo and Nathan into the room, and I'll let them crack on.
Okay, doc. Well, I guess what I'm trying, my point comes to the angle of basically, I don't understand how you can lawfully not pay your council tax, basically. I don't understand how that's applicable.
Well, I think that's where the confusion comes in, because it's not that you're not paying your council tax, you're withholding your council tax.
Which is the same as no paying.
No, because it's not a willful refusal to pay. It's basically what you call duress of circumstances. Legally, it's what you call duress of circumstances. It's why you have the right to appeal an overpayment in benefits and other stuff like that. If you do not spend that money, if you hold on to that, and all you're saying is, look, I'm not refusing to pay, but and you basically do like a conditional acceptance. You say, look, if you can prove to me that you're asking for this tax lawfully, then I will pay.
Right, well, that's where I think you're sort of misunderstanding things, because it's to do with the Local Government and Finance Act and its regulations. That's what determines whether you're able to pay council tax, right? You're saying you're withholding it. The council didn't see that as you withholding it, they see it as no paying it and deliberate no payment. So what they would do is they would start to incur penalties on that, and then they would start to seek debt collectors to act on their behalf.
Which would be illegal. I mean, it's illegal anyway. I mean,
it's not actually illegal.
Whereas, if we talk about the law, for instance, talking about Article 61. Article 61 has been invoked. It is actually in force. And under that, the disdain part is exactly that. It's to withhold taxes. So you're well within your rights. It's backed up as well by the Human Rights Act. You're well within your rights to withhold tax. I mean, at the moment, where Article 61 is actually in force, is not only illegal, but unlawful for any of the Crown representatives or anything to ask for any tax. It's what you illegally would call it misrepresentation. Because in fact, under Article 61, the whole realm is in fact meant to go with the barons into lawful rebellion. So that means even the Queen's own servants, the authorities and everyone, are meant to say, no, we're not doing this.
The problem with that is that basically that Local Government Finance Act in 1992 supersedes that, so it's got precedent in it, basically. Right.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's an act. That's an act. Article 61 is a law.
Well,
it's a constitutional law. And the definition of a constitutional law is the ultimate law. There is no higher than a constitutional law.
No law is ad infinitum, basically. You don't.
And for start, the Finance Act is UCC the law, not English law.
Basically, right? It's like the Magna Carta, right? Disney has been torn apart over the last fucking 900 years, basically. Right, so all these statutes and everything have been put on it, and all these modifications have been put to it. So there's things that were applicable that aren't applicable anymore, and that's the current law that we operate with. Right now, what I'm saying,
what you'd be talking about is the European Courts of Justice.
Wait, Nathan. Right, what I'm saying to you now, as it stands, that if you go to start like the process that you're describing, all that will happen is they will enforce that 1992 Act on you, right?
If you do not owe council tax,
you owe council tax for any, like if you're the resident of the property, if you're staying in a property, you owe council tax. That's what that Act describes.
Actually, council tax is one of the only taxes applicable to you. That's not taken from your employer or anything like that. You have to pay. It's actually to do with a dwelling. and this is what I was trying to explain. It's illegal, not only illegal, but unlawful to ask for council tax because it, as a whole, is being used fraudulently. It's misrepresentation. It's linked to a dwelling. How many homeless people are receiving benefits that have had council tax payments attached to the benefits when they haven't got a dwelling?
Nobody's paying council tax.
I mean, there is many issues that prove the fact that it's not only unlawful,
Nathan, council
but it's
tax.
illegal for them to ask for this money. It is irrelevant what they're saying because they're tyrannous.
That doesn't make any sense to me, right? Basically, right, council tax is described as to do with the dwelling that you're in, right? Homeless people didn't pay council tax because they don't have homes.
Actually, you'll find if you look into it, council tax is now automatically linked to benefits.
Your benefits,
whether you're homeless or not.
Tax, yes, and they'll use the Act 1992 to enforce that. Right. So what I'm saying to you is, regardless of all the rest of it, whatever stuff that you believe about constitutional law and all the rest of it, it's not applicable in this case, right? What you need to do, if you want,
but it is applicable. It is applicable because it is your right. It is your neighbour rights. It's your constitutional right. It is the law. And this is the problem. Unless it is the duty of the people to uphold the law, not the authorities. If we don't uphold the law, then the law will have no law.
Who elects the authorities?
This is exactly why you are failing in what you say. When you, I mean, your statement was it's a fact. You can. It's a civil dispute. It's called distress of circumstances. I already stated that. Look it up. It is. That's the legal side. The lawful side is the fact of if you are in fact under Article 61, you can withhold these taxes. It's not a refusal to pay. You're saying I will pay it.
That's not.
But you've got to prove to me that council tax is going. There's many ways you can attack it, but at the end of the day, you've got to. You're asking for proof that the money you are paying is being used in the right way. That is the bottom line of it, and you have the right to do that. The same as you have the right to dispute any overpayments of benefits, council, anything.
Do you? Right.
It's just people are led to believe that they haven't got these rights, and this is a dangerous part. This is dangerous when people try and put it down and say, no, you haven't got these rights, because all you're doing is helping the government and helping the tyranny. You're stopping people defending themselves.
Nathan, right? I'm going to just. Yeah, I'm going to object. I'm going to object straight there, right? Because all this lawful rebellion stuff does when it's illegal not to pay your council tax or exemptions to paying council tax. None of them hate to do with
illegal, not illegal. It's not unlawful. It's a civil matter.
If you've got to talk Kermit, then this isn't going to be helpful. You wait till a minute, then you can respond.
Well, you never let me finish a sentence.
Because you're going too far away. You're going miles on a tangent.
No, I'm just talking about the law.
You're saying that I'm enabling this tyrannous government and all the rest of it, right? I'm not enabling nothing. I'm telling you the facts of the matter is if you didn't.
I didn't say you're enabling. I said if when we get into the situation where we're convincing ourselves and other people that we do not have our rights, we do not have the right to do this, then we're becoming in a dangerous situation. Because if people understood law and understood our constitution and what we actually live under and what they're holding us by, it is our duty to uphold the law in our communities. So unless the people do start speaking out, unless the people start using their rights, we've only got ourselves to blame.
Right, well, explain to me why there's 57 QCs trying to fight to make it illegal to prosecute people for not paying their council tax.
Because this is the problem. At the time and the situation, we was under the ECJ. And the authorities and the government, and this is a different tangent, I'm not going to get into it, but at the end of the day, our law, I heard what you were saying on your show the other night, and you are exactly right. The only law that is allowed to be practiced in our courts, in our lands, is English law. You know, that hasn't happened for at least 40 years. It's UCC law, maritime law. And this is a problem, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about English law. So if you agree that it only English
applicable, this is what you're saying.
I haven't finished it. So if you do agree that only English law should be practiced in our courts, then you should agree with exactly what we're saying. Because what I'm talking about, you can go and research it. It's called distress of circumstance, if you want to go down the legal route. And under Article 61, it's the disdain part of it. Because I'm not funny, it's not easy to take castles and stuff like that. So this is the way people are allowed to actually say no. This is not right.
Right. So, okay, I'm going to just go.
We shouldn't just have to pay tax without any representation at all. No taxation without representation. So if you've got to pay tax, you have the right to know that tax. You have a right to...
Just going to refer to something, right, basically. So there was a freedom information request went in, right? And it says, could you tell me if I have to pay council tax by law, or is it statute legislation, right? And the answer was basically, by law, I am presuming you mean common law as opposed to law enacted by statute, which is why you're differentiating between the two. Council tax is a creature of statute and liability, for this arises under the provisions of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 and subsequent regulations, right? So the question that comes for the guy back is this tax made to Mr. David, the person or corporation, or David of the family, right? So the tax is payable by whoever is the liable party, which is determined by reference to the legislation above, right? And in the legislation that it refers to, it simply dictates that whoever stays in the property has to pay the council tax, right? Now, under what you're saying, is that you're holding money here for like them to wait and prove whatever it is that you need to do in the right way, going in the back pocket, whatever you need to do, right? But that is how it holds no relevance with your local authority whatsoever. All that will happen the minute you stop paying your council tax is 14 days, they'll give you a letter straight away, and then after that they'll start recovery proceedings, right? Now what that will then lead to is people getting further into debt, having bad credit history, and therefore impeding their opportunities to get forward in the future, basically, right? What will also then is lead to criminality if you continue not to pay it.
Well, that's just the thing, and this is the problem, because people are just stopping paying, they're not withholding their council tax, and this is exactly it. It's how you do it. A lot of people go the freedom and the land way. I haven't finished. A lot of people go the freedom and the land way and think you just stop it all, you don't have to pay it. That's not true. You are, and I've never said, and in this whole conversation, I've never said you're not liable, but you have the right to question. And this is exactly what you're doing. You're not spending the money. You're not saying I'm not paying this money. You're just saying, hang on a minute. You want this money off me? Well, I've got a couple of questions. And that is completely legal.
Right, and have you asked these questions?
Yeah. This is the thing. This is the thing. This is one thing I want to make clear. This council tax thing, I never had anything to do. This was started, well, as far as around me, was with the Dragons by somebody else, and it was their thing. What's happened is where we've moved to CMW, a lot of people still are asking about council tax, because there is a lot of other groups out there who are also giving false information. And this is the problem. We've been trying to help people with this, and this is the whole point. This is, instead of just saying you can't do this, because a lot of people then actually land up with a criminal record. You can do this, but you've got to do it in the right way. And this is the whole point. You've got to do it. There is what you call due process. There is a procedure you have to follow.
So what all you're saying is that you're allowed to withhold it and question, right?
Yes, but you're not allowed to stop paying it because you're liable to, but you're allowed to withhold it. So you've got to have that money ready to pay if the questions are answered.
Right, and what if they just proceed with a 14-day thing like these folk did? Have you asked these questions to these people, and what did they say? What was the answers?
Well, so far, all it's gone so far is paperwork. Nobody that we've been dealing with has gone to court yet over it.
No, well, no, but what answers have they given you for no paying it?
That's the whole point. They won't.
Right, so they'll just put you down the enforcement route.
No, this is the thing. A lot of things are just in the air. This is what I'm saying.
Right.
The law is the law, and especially since we actually signed out of the EU, now we are completely, and it's exactly, and what your statement the other night of only law can be policed in our courts is English law, is exactly right. You are 100% right, and this is where people now have got to understand that English law is now supreme. We have got to start upholding English law. If we carry on with the laws from the ECJ and all the crap that has made it a criminal act, made us think. You got to remember, we stopped having English laws stopped debtors prison, English laws stopped debtors prison, and all that lot.
Can I ask you a question?
European laws just brought it back.
Can I ask you a question then? Right, so you're saying that because we're out the EU, we don't need to follow these laws anymore?
Well, put it this way, officially,
No.
there is no legal binding to us in that way. I'm saying, and I can categorically prove with the FCO 30/1048 that we was never actually in the EU. It was unlawful for us to be in it. In fact, all these statutes that the ECJ have made and we've actually been put on us are actually completely unlawful.
I think the local
and this is what the courts are struggling with at the moment. I mean, you talk about the way, and this is why a lot of it as well is because there is a precedent. If people, I'll try and post it if I can again, but there is a precedent in the recovery of council tax.
Well,
I'm not talking about the common law courts, but a court in Wales, because of the person withheld and wasn't saying I wasn't going to pay, and they just issued procedure anyway. The ruling of that case was the recovery of council tax is unlawful.
Sorry, man, but like the president in England has folk go to jail for no paying their council tax. 7,000 folk were jailed in the last 7 years for no paying.
Actually, that precedent, if used, and this is what people don't understand, the system's not going to do it for you. You've got to uphold your rights in court. You've got to uphold your rights against these authorities yourself. So grab the precedent, use the precedent, and then you've got the government using the government's own crap against them.
Why would you not support then, basically, these folk who are fighting to make it illegal for folk to be jailed for putting
I do.
tax?
I do.
Right, so how do you support them then?
By trying to teach people their rights.
These folk and like sharing their stuff and talking about what they're doing and that then?
I do, but not on my page. On my page mainly, it's just a certain bit of that. But what I do in other ways, I speak to I speak to many constitutionalists.
You can hear it. I'm talking about.
I vaguely know you on about, yeah.
So that would be Angela.
Believe it or not, there's actually it's not just QCs, there's actually quite a few groups. There's civil groups, there's actually a group of solicitors.
Well, see, before you didn't
I think it's five firms have all actually come together.
Before you didn't pay your council tax, then would you not be able to supporting something like this, so then it gives you leeway to do stuff like this in the future?
Well, this is the whole point. At the moment, what we're dealing with is a fallout of something else that happened somewhere else. So all we're trying to do is get people to do things that they're all either in the process of or attempting to do the right way. So we're dealing with the immediate thing.
It concerns me, Nathan, when you say
the fact that I support the fact that and this is the whole reason why we do what we do. You shouldn't be going to prison. You shouldn't have anything for not paying council tax. That's why you've got distress of circumstance.
Well,
this is the whole point. So
community be looked after on that, because no paying council tax is just a ridiculous thing. Like if everybody never paid council tax, no bins get emptied, no kind of the services stop and all the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Well, if I said no one should pay
but that's what I'm saying. That's what the protest is then. So you enable, if you're going to do you're encouraging folk not to pay it and withhold it or whatever. It's the same thing in the eyes of the law, man. Withhold whatever. You know what I mean? It's not.
No, it's not, and that's where the lines are blurred, and that's where people's opinion is got to be separated from the law, because the law is quite defined on this.
Aye, and that's why
it's a civil matter. It's a civil dispute. It's just stress of circumstance.
Council tax is always going to be pushed to be paid. And I can, for personal experience, when I've missed a bill, it's 14 days and then they start hounding you for it, properly hounding.
Yep, and I've never said council. If you are able to pay council tax and you believe you should be paying council tax, then pay council tax. But the law states, especially with Article 61, you shouldn't be. But even if you are not able, if you have a distress of circumstance, there's no way you should not be imprisoned. You should not. There should be no action taken against you. You should not be criminalised for that fact.
But you are. It's irrelevant. This is what I'm saying to you. That statute overrides
Right,
that.
so what you're saying is we should just accept it then?
No, I'm not saying that you should accept it, but you shouldn't. Like, what you're doing is you're putting yourself at risk of statutes to follow a law that isn't that is ideal law, what you would want to be an ideal.
Actually, no, I'm not, because the procedure that I would suggest would be to go along the procedure of law. So it's not putting yourself at risk because you're actually doing it lawfully. You're actually going by the procedure. Like you said, you're not stopping, refusing to pay council tax. You just say, look, I've got it, but I've got a couple of questions before I pay this because I don't know if I should be paying this or not.
Right. So what's the adequate answers to the questions here to pay council tax? That's I'm curious as to.
There's many. It depends. I mean, I'm not going to speak about one single personal thing or anything like that because there's many groups out there doing a lot more than me on it. Like, I mean, so.
What criteria needs to be met for you to pay your council tax then?
Generally speaking, the baseline should be, is the money, I mean, one thing, for instance, fraudulently asking for something. I mean, council tax, for instance, part of this is what I'm talking about. You've got to let me, mate, you've got to let me speak. Right. Part of council tax, is it or is it not, to fix the roads?
It's all to do with the house and who stays in the house. Whoever stays in that house is liable.
But yeah, exactly. The resident of that property is liable through council tax to pay that tax for the upkeep of the surrounding community. Is that not true?
Yeah, pretty much. I could read the actual.
And that includes the upkeep and that upkeep that. But that is the upkeep of public areas.
What I'll do for clarity
and stuff like that, doesn't it? Like roads, doesn't it?
And for clarity, that's to do with your road tax and that. It's a different thing.
No, council tax as well. No, you pay it in your road tax and you pay it in your council tax.
Council tax and road tax are two different things.
Because in your council tax, part of the money for your council tax to upkeep the public areas, it goes on the roads.
They're covered by two different statutes, right? And I've heard.
Exactly, they're very clever at doing it. This is the whole point. And people believe this. They don't uphold their rights, and then they get caught out because they go down these contracts and they get liability, and that's when they get punished.
I've probably not explained the situation where I'm coming from. Right, I tuned into a broadcast basically, and it was basically you explaining what you were saying about your council tax and that, and withhold it or whatever, right? And then it's like you're saying you don't really need to pay attention to statute and acts, just follow your common law and everything will be all right. And that.
No, I was answering some questions. Technically speaking, under Article 61, yes, you have the right to basically ignore statute. As long as that's, but then again, this is, and I've explained this if you'd watched other lives as well, I've explained it again. There is statutes that are backed up by laws that the statute would be upholdable, I would say. Article 61.
Have you got any evidence that somebody got a court with council tax and using Article 61 to get away with it?
Well, nothing that I can.
So there's no legal precedent for that, right? But I can demonstrate to you umpteen legal times where folk can be.
Under Article 61, nothing. I said nothing that I can produce personally, but there is statutes out there. There is actually precedents out there. Like the Living Man, the corporation service.
That's not. What cases somebody used Article 61 to get off with no paying their council tax?
This is the thing. This is what I keep trying to explain to you. It becomes a civil dispute, so it becomes a stalemate. So what happens is, as long as you don't spend the money, as long as you don't at any point refuse not to pay,
as it stands,
but until the situation's met, it just remains a stalemate.
Sorry, as it stands in the current legal system, right, that statutes are the overriding law at this moment in time, and that's what's enforceable in this country. That's
not law. That's not English law. That's UC law.
It's what's enforceable.
That's a foreign law. That's a foreign law. So what you're saying is you want implementation of a foreign law.
No, that's what law operates in this country.
That's UCC law. That's not English law.
Road Traffic Act, the Housing Act.
UCC law. UCC law.
So that doesn't exist anymore because we're not in the EU.
I'm not being funny. I probably want to keep you saying that would have UCC law anyway because it's maritime law basically. It's law of commerce. And this is the point. This is why you get all the fines and stuff like that. This is why the court deals with mostly fines and stuff like that, because it's commerce law. So if you believe what you say, that English law is the only law that should be in these courts, then what I'm saying is correct. UCC law should go. So these statutes that are unlawful, that are UCC law, should have to go. I mean, me personally, and I've said this many times, I don't believe in getting rid of all statutes. I think majority of statutes actually should be upheld because they're there for general public safety. But there is a lot of, I would say, harmful statutes, and this again under Article 61, common law and your constitutional rights as a reason to question.
Right, but this is all relevant stuff.
Are actually harmful statutes.
I'm trying to figure out here is, Nathan, do statutes and acts apply in this country or not?
Yes.
Right. So that act is enforceable.
But only statutes that are in English law that comply and do not in any way contravene English law. And that is the only statutes that are applicable. Yes.
That housing.
I mean, even it's like you get these freedom of the land people and all these common law people. A lot of them don't seem to understand that common law was based on statutes. That's where it started.
Right, and statutes and acts are what are applicable today, right? And that Housing Act is what's applicable in regards to council tax. Yeah,
actually, it depends. It depends. Like I said, if you uphold your rights and you do not agree jurisdiction of that act or anything like that, and you question it with rights, and your rights are then greater than that act, then yes, you have the right to question it, and you'll win.
You can question it all you want, but it's still enforceable.
They can try and enforce it, yes, but you also have it.
They will enforce it. That's the bottom line. There's precedent for them doing it.
Yes, because this government is tyrannous, and we know what it's like. We see it every day. Yes. Right, so, at what point are you going to make a stand?
I'm trying to make, Nathan, right, is you've just said to me that statutes and acts are applicable, right, and they're enforceable, right. So,
yes, I said yes. The ones that don't contravene English law. Yes.
I'm getting told to shut up and come. I mean, so right. So you're telling me that statutes and acts are applicable in this country, right, and they're enforceable in this country, right, and they take precedent over anything that's happening in it. That is what the current legal system operates.
Not exactly, no.
So when you go into default, no paying your council tax, your council go default into that act, right? Now that act covers what exempts you from paying council tax. At no juncture does it mention anything to do with Article 61 or any of that kind of stuff, right?
Actually, as I said, there's a procedure, and a lot of people, I think you'll find, have not applied that procedure. So when you get that action, and you are right, the council do often, because procedure is not upheld in the first place by the plaintiff, should we say, you're exactly right. Their default is to go straight to court action. Right. But if the procedure is upheld, and you get into it, the council have to uphold it, and then it goes a different way.
My concern would be, Nathan, right, given that these statutes and acts are enforceable and applicable, right?
It depends what it depends what acts and statutes you're on about. As I said, if they contravene the English law, then they're not applicable.
Because, like,
I mean, as I said, as it stands by law, under Article 61, the fact that it's been invoked, it is unlawful to actually ask for these taxes. That's English law.
That's not applicable. The 1992.
So now you're saying English law is not applicable.
I'm saying that the Housing Act overrides that.
Well, that would be your opinion, yes.
Nathan. That's
and you know what, Flo? That's why you'd be liable to that act, because that's your opinion.
It's not
your opinion, so therefore you'd give jurisdiction to that act.
Wait. They have jurisdiction over you whether you like it or not. That's not. You didn't have a choice in these matters.
Actually, that's not true. I mean, if you consent to be governed, then yes, there's a certain liability. Yes, but if you don't consent to be governed,
in this country, you're liable to council tax regardless if you think you're fucking exempt or no. It doesn't matter. The only things that are exempt are folk like students. If you've got somebody who's mentally ill that owns the property and stays the property or whatever, and there's various other things, but none of them include Article 61 and nothing to do with. Anything to do with
Article 60. See, this is I think you're getting confused. Article 61 has nothing to do with. You are mixing Article 61 in a way that it doesn't work like that. Article 61 is a declaration. I don't think people understand what a declaration is.
Yeah, well, that's the declaration, and we're dealing with a statute, which is a enforceable law. Which
Yeah, and Article 61 is a law, it's a constitutional law. And
Yes,
as I said,
yes.
the definition of a constitutional law is an ultimate law.
Right.
There is no higher.
What I'm saying to you, well, there is actually, because that's how law was built after the Constitution, man. Everything's evolved for the Constitution. The Constitution's changed. It changed like fucking 4 times in the first 4 years of it being in existence.
The Constitution's been built up over 800 years. People think the Magna Carta has been obliterated. It hasn't. The Magna Carta is actually every single part of the Magna Carta is enforced.
No law.
And we've actually, and I said we've actually got on video.
No law.
To name thing, we've got on video. I think he's a chief superintendent of the London Metropolitan Police as well. On video, stating the fact that yes, everything that we put there, that was the Magna Carta, Bill of Rights, everything is all enforced. Every single bit of it.
You know, every statute and act's enforced, which that's what will be used against you.
All right, but
right? So
is the stats and action? Is the stat? Sorry, let me speak, please, mate. Right. Is the stats and action you're on about? Was they implemented by the ECJ, or was they implemented within English law?
Evening, guys.
Hiya, Dan. It doesn't really matter who implemented it. It's what's current in English law. It's not been overridden. There's not been anything written out or anything like that. That act is applicable whether we like it or not.
It'd be a lot easier and a lot more audible if you both have 10 minutes to explain your case, because it's coming off.
Well, I can explain my case and like.
I know, but when it's just talking over each other, it's inaudible. If you look on the comments, that's what people are saying. 10 minutes each to state your case would be a lot clearer, really.
I'll give you 30 seconds, and if I do get an answer, then that's fair enough, right? Right, in this country, it's illegal not to pay your council tax. Bottom line, there's no exemptions, whether you think it's common law or whatever. There's specific exemptions to do with illnesses and fucking being a student and things like that, basically, right? If you follow these procedures that you're instructing about ignoring these things, then what will happen is you'll get your money will be affected. Other folk, right? Anybody that follows this basically will go down a process of 14 days basically where they'll end up going to court, they'll end up getting charged money, and then eventually they could potentially end up in jail because of this kind of thing, right? Acts and statutes override whatever laws, whatever the current legislation is, and the process that they'll go down is what you go down basically. Nothing else matters here at this point. You can quote Article 61, you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, the articles will be enforced, right? Now, if you take the extremities of this, which has happened, and there is precedent being set of these folk going to court, saying blah, 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 article this, whatever, and they get banged up for it, right? The reason they get banged up for it is to make an example of them because of that kind of thing, right? Now, there are plenty of folk who struggle to pay council tax in this country with no payment, right? And what that does, it affects your local community. If, in theory, what you want is obviously to stop paying their council tax, then guess what happens? All the services break down. That's what happens there, right? Furthermore to that, right, if you start going down the debt thing, like I said, it limits your opportunities. It'll stop you being able to buy properties and stuff like that. It'll eventually end up with a criminal record. You know what I mean? That's what will happen here, right? Now, folk are entitled to do whatever they want and believe whatever they want. But, like, to me, if you're going around saying things like, you didn't pay your council tax, and you're not being very clear about it, you've said on your things that you're not an expert on these kind of things, so I don't know why you think you're in a position to then basically issue this kind of advice when you're not even sure yourself about this stuff, and you've just said it come from somebody else second hand, I know. So these things didn't bode well for me, right? It takes like 10 minutes to Google these things, and then what you'll see is that what the result of this is, there's a 7,000 folk went to jail in the last 7 years for no paying council tax. The 7,000 folk got fucking special things done to them with conditions put onto them. There's hundreds of thousands of folk every day get seized wages and stuff like that, and benefits and stuff like that with no paying it, right? If you want to change things, and especially law, the only way to do it is to engage with the system and elect folk that are going to represent your views properly, right? There is protest movements and stuff like that, but protesting like this doesn't happen. There's not enough heads. There's not enough people to do this kind of thing where it'll make any difference whatsoever. And all that will happen is these people will come along, they'll see what's going on, they'll enforce their act, and then whatever case, however stubborn folk are when they want to do it, whether they withhold it all the way to the point where they go in jail, or they just pay it, whatever, it's still going to affect them anyway, right? There's, like I said before, there's QCs fighting this to make it illegal to prosecute folk for no paying their bills. Because in this day and age, in this country, you shouldn't be going to jail for no paying your council tax, right? So that's something I would like to see changed. But the only way to change that is to back folk who are willing to change it, who are in a position to change it. Like, willfully withholding these things is not going to solve anything, basically. And all it's going to do is put folk into arrears, it's going to cause financial trouble, and it's all well and good saying that you'll just keep it aside in that, but who on earth is able to do that in this kind of climate as it is, where everybody lives hand to mouth? I mean, it's unrealistic and it's potentially dangerous, and that's where I rest my case, and that's it.
Okay. Make a lot of points. Right, well, I can't speak in opinion. I can only speak as what's in black and white in the law. So basically, I'll deal with the Article 61 thing first. It is enforced, believe it or not, people go to our group and outlaw all the proofs there. Until the barons declare that redress is gained, it's always going to be enforced. You do have the right to disdain, and disdain means that you don't have to pay your taxes and certain bits like that. It's when people take it in literal terms, and this is where we get it all. This is what I think a lot of what Flo alludes to is when people try to use it not to pay it for mischievous reasons, shall I say. Either they don't want to pay it or trying to get out of pay it, or, I mean, and he is correct, there is a lot of cases, especially as we keep saying, it's like freeman on the land, because you don't do it that way. There is a procedure to do it by law and in our legal system. And it's called distress of circumstance, because this is the thing, you have to pay council tax. Flo's exactly right. This is the whole point. This is about communities. This is where communities need to come together, especially in protesting as well. Under Article 61, you don't have to do it. By law, it would make, because when Article 61 is invoked, everybody in the realm, it has to, by law, enter into Article 61 under Baron's leadership to address the situation. That includes all the members of all authorities, so they are then liable in their personal capacity. That's what a lot of people don't realise. If no one person, and this is where people get the definitions wrong, no one person, for instance, no bailiff, no council worker, no one person in their own personal right can actually ask you for council tax under Article 61. Like I said, there isn't court case thing, because like I said, people got to do this, and people, you don't get your rights yourself. People do not think like you go to court and they're going to throw these statutes and your rights are going to be upheld, because they're not. Unless you fight for your rights, unless you fight for yourself and learn how to fight for yourself, you're never going to win anyway. And this is where people become criminals through debt and through taxation, because they don't know their rights. They succumb to and just believe that it is just this way, and then you get yourself in trouble. Again, I know people will struggle to hold the money, and this is the whole point. If you are going to do it, it is a protest. It is what you call a direct protest, especially under Article 61. Entering into Article 61 is a direct protest in itself. You are actively putting yourself against government. Withholding. And remember the wording, people. Withholding. You are not refusing to pay council tax. You mean you're not sitting there saying, no, I'm not paying it. You're saying, look, hang on a minute, I've got the money, and I ain't saying I ain't going to pay it. I'll pay it, but you need to answer these questions. I'm sort of saying that in layman's terms, because yes, the process is different. You don't just stop paying it. You have to put them on notice before you do anything. You can't just stop paying the money and stuff like that. It's the whole point. So when you go down the realms of that way, you've got to keep the money. There is situations, again, and this is most of the situations I think we deal with really, is where people are unable to pay council tax, not because they don't want to, not because they're trying not to.
Yeah, and that's a point. That's what I was trying to say to you earlier, Nathan, about that. Is basically some folk can't actually afford to pay their council tax.
And this is the people we're trying to fight for, mate. I mean, this is the people we mainly deal with. We're trying to say, look, distress of circumstances. Let's try and get this on hold. Let's try and give you some breathing space so you can actually sort of get your life together.
Give you any breathing space, because all it does is you just wait 14 days. If you're working, they'll just seize it for you.
If you do it in the wrong way, yes, mate, they will. If you do it in the wrong way, they will. As I said, if you do it in the wrong way, but there is a procedure. If you go along with a procedure, you can do it.
But you've just said that there's no been any precedence for this. So what you're doing there is, like, you're saying,
because it puts you in stalemate.
Is this going to put you?
It doesn't go to court. It doesn't go to court. It just remains in paperwork, and then it just remains. It just a back and forward. This is the point. This is what I'm trying to explain. Yeah. We haven't got there yet. With all the people I'm working with personally, we haven't got there yet. We haven't got to court. I mean, I'm not going to state the questions because these are open things, and I am not in no way going to talk about anyone's case or anything like that.
But anyway,
but at the moment, I can say the people that I'm dealing with personally that's doing it, I'm trying to help and do it in the lawful and legal way and do the process. It's not getting past even the letters. It's becoming ridiculous.
Well, eventually it'll come because of the length of time and the amount that they'll be due. And that's what will happen. And the thing is, what you've got to remember as well.
I mean, and I will add, you are right as well. And people got to add this, and I'll just say this, sorry if I don't mean to cut you off, but it is quite important because it does back up what you're saying. That if you do it in the process of civil dispute under duress, if it does go wrong, and you've got the money there will be a £90 fine.
What you're saying there, then, is that you're things for folk who can't pay it. Or distress, sorry. Is it distress you say there, or duress?
Yeah, distress circumstances.
Right, if it's distress circumstances, that's for folk that can't pay. Can you pay your council tax then?
That's what I mean. If you can't, you can't. This is the whole point. But people being made criminals because of these statutes.
Yeah, and that's why you should be supporting these QCs to fight to make it illegal for councils to prosecute you for not paying your council tax, and then you.
I support. I do those. I support those people, but I'm part of CMW. I do loads of other bits as well. I mean, I don't know if they'd want my help. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to go over and buy it. Ta-da!
The more vocal people are about these things, and the more support they get, then the more likely they are to be enforced in law. Would you not agree?
Yeah, well, this is why I try and talk about it. This is why we try and talk about English law and what the law is.
Aye, and the laws.
This is why we try and teach people about inalienable rights and that lot, because if we can teach people the basics, then they're going to start to understanding clauses like that and the reason why clauses like that and understand it better.
Right, so, like, to surmise then, what you're doing is you're trying to set a legal precedent where you can no pay your council tax, or you can withhold it for questions, but it's to do with distress.
No, the process is already there. We're not trying to do anything. We're just going with a process that's already there.
Right, so this process of distress then that you're going through is for folk who can't pay their council tax.
Yeah.
Right, and can you pay your council tax?
At the moment, no.
Right, well, that's why you'll be in distress then. So by you are encouraging other folk to do it, regardless of their circumstances. And what I'm saying.
No, see, and this is again where context gets thrown out there, and it just creates it.
You were on your channel explaining folk how not to pay it, right? You've no added that sort of nuance, whereas if you can't pay it, then this is how to help yourself get out of that circumstances. And even then, when you start to withhold it at that point and start to cooperate with them, then all they do is they do the 14-day thing, and if they can afford to take money off you, they'll take money off you, and that's it.
Because the government's tearing us in their arseholes. They're doing this, and this is why the people are going to have to start standing up. Just sit there saying you're just going to have to accept this.
I'm not saying that.
Just shut up and just put up with it.
Alternatives to help do this, and it stops you. It's an alternative where using the guinea pigs for law to be enacted on that I can, and you can ultimately that act will be enforced on folk who didn't pay their council tax. It's precedent and law.
I mean, yes, and
we do if I agree on something that is unfair, right? So what
I can totally agree. Yeah, that's your spin on what I do. But yeah, that's what I actually do.
The best cost of action and the most useful thing to be would maybe get that law changed so that folk can't go to jail for no paying like any bill whatsoever. Never mind fucking council tax. You know what I mean? If you can't afford to pay a bill, you shouldn't be gone. There's no way you should be going to jail, right? That's a bottom line. And the law as it stands, sent, like, I believe it was 18% of council tax convictions were unlawful, basically, due to duress situations or distress situations, right, where the person didn't have enough money to pay, so which they shouldn't have then been prosecuted, right? Is it set QCs and other people in action to change that law, right? Now, there's 57 QCs, which is quite a big number of QCs fighting against this, right? Now, what I would be then is supporting them and making folk aware of what's going on and trying to get things like petitions put in place to help basically cement that kind of message that they're trying to send and push towards that change. I'd suggest writing to your MPs about these things. I mean, there's all sorts of things that are practical things that put you in the remits of getting your possessions seized, having a criminal record, having bad debt. I mean, and these things like end up in, as I've seen, like there's folk get removed for their families for these things. I mean, it's like
this gets serious in so many ways. Like I said, we've got to stand up for it.
Your message is really complicated, Nathan, right? To me, anyway. It seems like there's all these kind of process and that, and then it's this and that, and it's to do with Article 61, and it's to do with distress and all this kind of stuff, right? When these things have no precedent, right? The precedent that's been set is that if you willingly withhold, especially, then you will be prosecuted. Right, that's the precedent, right? Now, all I'm saying to you,
that's not.
All I'm trying to say to you is it's no fair as like a place of like, I don't want folk go to jail for no paying their council tax. I don't want to see them getting into debt any further, and I don't want to see their opportunities hindered in the future. And that's basically.
Yeah, so start teaching them their rights. Stop teaching them that you should just sort of go along with the government, what they say, because the government want you in debt. They want you to do this. So I think, I agree with you there. We should all be teaching each other our rights. And try to explain to each other that yes, it is unlawful, and this is the whole point. Yeah, it is unlawful to recover council tax. It is unlawful to do this. It is unlawful to do that, and that's why we have to stand up for the law.
As it stands,
it's our duty to uphold it.
We need a change in the law. That's what I'm saying to you. As it stands, it is right. Currently, this minute in time, this is what we deal with. Right, the process has been started to make a change in the law. Right. What I'm saying to you is the quicker folks start supporting that and pushing that change will happen, and then that'll stop exactly what you're saying that you're wanting to stop, and that's folk go to jail for no paying their council tax or no being able to pay their council tax, right? That is what. That's
so what you're saying is,
isn't it? Right. So if you get to that point, then it removes that control where the government can remove somebody's freedom for no paying a fucking utility bill.
Right, so what you're saying is you've got a problem with the way I'm helping people now. You'd rather just me leave everybody and just focus on the long picture instead of helping the people now.
I'm just saying that you're leaving yourself to potentially leading these people into prosecution and further debt.
No, because I'm telling you to go by the process. It's called due process. That's when you're inside of the law.
Right. But you're also telling folk who can afford to pay it to not pay it and withhold it.
No.
You're not.
So there you go. What you're doing is you're every case is actually individual, but I'm not going to talk about any individual case because I'm just not going to do that because.
I'll give you a theoretical case then. I'll come to you, mate. Right. I'll come to you, mate, and I go, right, well, I quite fancy doing this no pay my council tax thing, right? Now I'm in a position to pay my council tax, right? Because I work in that, right? So what happens for me to be able to do that process? Is it possible for me to ever do that process?
Technically speaking, yes. It depends on the way you do it. Like you said, you can withhold your tax, especially under Article 61. You can do it, and as a civil matter, yes. If you don't believe that your money is being spent on what it should be spent on, you have the right to question it. Yes.
Yeah,
that is your right.
But they've got the legal means.
But what you're saying is you're trying to imply that there's some criminality to what's happening.
No,
and that's exactly what's not going. Because if you go by the process, and like we tell you to go by the process, if you try and do it in a criminal way, or if you're trying to deceive anybody, you're going to get caught out. So don't do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you go into this where you're able to pay for it, and then you're claiming distress, then you are in breach then.
No, distress of circumstance is completely different. Distress of circumstance, like I said, you're mixing them all into one. You're trying to label everything as one thing, and I think that's where your problem is.
Well, that's what the Act covers, though, is what I'm saying. It's what I'm only dealing with what's enforceable.
But what you think is enforceable. And what you agree to. I mean, this is the point. If you agree to these statutes, then yeah, you're liable to them. It's
been demonstrated, whether folk agree with these statutes or no, that they'll get prosecuted for no paying it. Right? And
have they all gone by the process, or you're talking about, as you always do, a lot about the freemen of the land who just go, I'm not paying it.
I'm holding you with a legal presidency that's happening, and you can't show me a single. You can't show me any legal presidency someday being able to dodge this article with this fucking.
Because it's exactly what you're saying. You're saying dodge and things like this is not what we're doing. This is not what we're saying. Like I said, you need to do a bit of research, maybe, and then you'll understand what we're doing. We go by the letter of the law. We go by the process. There's no dodging us to it. It's by the letter. That's the problem.
Nathan, can you explain the Article 61?
Well, Article 61 is well, it was actually more commonly known as a security clause, because it is exactly that. It's a constitutional clause, whereas if the people become under tyranny, okay, so we don't have to go to war, have another civil war, millions of people being killed by our own people, we have a right to do it in a lawful way, i.e., to distress and distrain. This means basically we have the right to basically make the monarch uphold our rights. And this is the way you go about it through Article 61. The barons basically have already pulled this on, basically. So we are in a situation where, well, to not go off on a million tangents, go into the EU, many of the acts, statutes, many of the treaties in the EU are actually just trying to destroy, especially the Lisbon Treaty, are destroying our monarch. It's an attack on our monarch. We're being attacked. So that's why we're in Article 61.
What?
If you don't go into Article 61, you're compelled actually by law to.
Right. We've agreed a few things, which is all right, right? We've agreed that statutes and acts are what's enforceable now, basically, right? And
as long as they don't contravene English law, yes.
That's what's enforceable now, and the precedent's been set there. And what you're saying has never had legal precedent set for it before.
Well, a lot of it, I'll say, because the ECJ have just ridden rimshot over everything. They've only just come out of the EU. We're technically at the only point, really, in the last 40 years where we can say legally and lawfully, blah, blah, we're actually now under complete English law. But now we've got the problem of UCC law still in our courts.
We've got whatever.
Council tax go, and I do believe council tax goes to upkeep the court buildings and certain bits like that as well.
Probably, I would imagine so.
So there's many reasons why you can actually question council tax. Like I said, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say I'm on here because I'm not going to give anybody any reasons, Flo, mate. This is the reason. People are going to have people got to have their own individual reasons not to do this.
Well, we've got.
I'm not going to come onto a radio station. I'm not going to go and give people reasons so people can use it in a dodgy way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The only way that you can do anything is if you can't afford to pay it, and even then, and like if what you're saying is you would have the money there set aside for when you can pay it. So that makes no sense whatsoever, Nathan. You can either.
No, you can't. Look, what I'm saying is you can actually protest council tax, and you can do it legally and lawfully, but you can't go just spending money. You have to have the money there. And you have to be willing, if you are found as a thingy, because you delayed and pissed about, they will fine you £90. That's right. If it goes against you.
So you're getting into debt then?
So there you go again. You're going to try and imply debt things like that. This is why you would know this before you even get into it. So you'd have the £90 put aside, wouldn't you, Flo?
Right. Well, wait a minute. Right, you're telling me on one.
You wouldn't be getting yourself into debt because you know the process.
Confusing now because
you get into
this is really confusing me, right? I need you to clarify what this is, right? Because you're talking about folk who can't pay, right? And then you're saying that folk that can pay that are keeping it aside for when.
Yeah, because unlike you keep implying, all cases are individual, mate.
Right. and they're all enforceable.
You can't blanket them all with, you can't, no, but this is the thing, even the statute allows for things, you can't blanket them all with one thing, mate. This is the whole point.
All I'm going to say about it is basically the statute is what applies in law. That's what's enforceable in law. There's no ever been precedent set for Article 61 making anybody exempt for council tax. And that's the bottom line here, right?
Because Article 61 hasn't even been invoked in hundreds of years.
Right. So you're going to try
until 2001.
Legal precedent is what you're going to try and set here then, essentially.
I'm not trying, as I have explained, I am not setting anything. We are not setting anything. All we are doing is helping people out with a process. It's already there.
But
so there is precedent for what we're saying. It's already there. It's been there all the time.
You're saying that's something that's not been used in how long?
If you go to Article 61 route, a couple of 100 years.
A couple of 100 years is applicable to something to do with Housing Act 90.
Actually, yes, it is. Everything's applicable law. The law is the law, mate.
Aye, and the law was what's
just because you don't believe it or your opinion is different doesn't mean anything in law, mate. The law's the law.
I deal with what happens in terms of what's enforceable and what will be held accountable by, right? And there is no amounts.
Because you'd walk into court and you'd say, yes, yes, I believe in this statute. Yes, I believe I'm liable for this statute. Yeah. Therefore, you will be liable, mate.
There's plenty of folk went into court and said, I do believe in this statute. I do believe in this, any of these acts and all the rest of it. And guess what? They went to jail for no paying their council tax, right?
Yeah, because it is the way they went about it, well, as I keep saying, it's the way they went about it. You're talking about a lot of freemen and land. You're not going to say it because you're going to try and label it too. You're talking about you talk about constitutionalists versus freemen and land. You keep doing this, keep blending it secretly in the background. It's not going to work, mate. All the cases, the many cases you're talking about, you fail on because most of the ones you're relying on are freemen and land.
Right, well,
they're not applicable here, mate.
Nathan, you can't say nothing if there's no precedent being set in law for using that.
Okay, and as I said, I'm not going to come on here and allow criminality to happen with what is going on. So what we're saying is the process that we tell people to do is already there. It's nothing new. It's already there. You just go through the process and you try and help yourself out by using the process to help you.
That makes no sense whatsoever. How something that doesn't have any legal precedent is suddenly able to override existing legal precedent. That's a backwards argument, right? And there is
well, what it is, though, mate, is you don't understand precedent and you don't understand law because, as I keep trying to explain to you, the precedent and the procedure is already there.
No, there's not.
So despite what you keep saying, you're just trying to confuse people. The procedure that we use is already there.
Here's the case that set precedent that Article 61 has been invoked to successfully no pay council tax.
This is, and again, Flo, you're doing it again, mate. You're blending the two. It's not the same thing. The Article 61 route is different to the civil route, as I've said.
No. Well, I'm totally fuddled by this now, right? Wait a minute. So you go into court, Nathan, right? Just say you've stopped you're into court and all the rest of it, right? Article 61 then applies to you saying to no have, like, if you've done X, Y, and Z, they can't do nothing to you in a courtroom.
Have you broke the law?
According to that statute, yes. And that's what you'd be in court for. And guess what they'd say? That
statute is not a law.
Guess what they will say when you start quoting that Article 61 bollocks? They will just tell you they'll do whatever they want with you. It's no. That's what will happen. That's what that's what every single person who's walked in there and went down that route happens, right?
The freemen and land route, yes, mate, yes, because they don't use Article 61 in the way it should be used. They try and bend it to the way they think it should. They want it to be used.
Well,
that is a problem, and that is a problem with your argument here, mate.
No,
it's a different to freemen and land. You can't transfer the same brush.
You keep saying freeman in the land. I'm talking about your specific argument here, Nathan. I'm not talking about.
No, you're not, because all the cases you refer to, Flo, are freemen and land. So
because there isn't a precedent for your kind of. No pain that ever happened. That's what I'm saying. It's the only things I can refer to with folk using common law, basically, is what's
going back to your show, Flo. You was referring to freedom of the land a lot.
Well, aye, whatever. It's like for a layman.
Whatever, it's the facts, mate. There's no point saying you wasn't when you was.
Well, if I did, then I did. It's essentially the same bloody thing if you think about it.
No, it's not, Flo. It's completely different, mate. And this is where your argument fails, mate. And this is where you're confusing people, and it's dangerous.
Just say I don't understand it, and Nathan will explain. There's no point just saying no, no, no. If you don't understand it, ask a question.
I do understand what's going on. There's no amount of, like, what point at part of this?
Why do you think, Flo, that people want to distress?
I'm supposed to be talking.
Why do you think, Flo, people want to distress the government? Why do you think they want to do that?
Because they're upset at the way things are working or whatever. Then, right?
Right. So what way would you like people to go if you don't want them to do it this way?
I'm saying to you, right, there's an existing movement that's trying to set legal precedents with no making it enforceable to pay council tax and that, right? I was told by you guys that this is some sort of the withholding your council tax thing as a movement, as a protest, as standing up to the tyrannous government and stuff like that, right? That's fair enough, right? But what I'm telling you is what will happen is these acts and statutes will be enforced on your arses, you'll get into debt, and that's what process you'll go down.
Yeah, if you don't do the due process, but you don't understand the due process,
right?
The problem.
And what I'm saying to that then is there's no precedent for that process ever happened, but there's plenty of precedent for folk getting jailed for no paying their council tax. That's pretty simple.
We're living in a time where what's going on has never happened before, so there's not going to be a precedent set for it, is there?
But that's what law is based on. It's based on precedent.
And most of the time, if you follow due process, it never goes to court, Flo. That's the whole point, because there's no refusal to pay, so therefore it doesn't need court action.
I've made my point, so I'm not going to convince you, and certainly Article 61 isn't going to convince me that I can't pay my council tax because of X, Y, and Z either. And that, like, the precedent is that if you didn't pay it, you go to fucking jail. It's enforceable. The Act stands, and that's all there is to it. If folk want to actually help folk who can't pay their council taxes, what I suggest you do is get behind these QCs, the 57 of them, who are working to try and make it so that folk didn't get jailed for paying it, for no paying it, sorry. That's all I would say. I would also
I'd back you on that cause there, Flo. That is a good cause. So yeah, people get you on that, please.
I'd like to say thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak and that. Sorry if I overtalked you and blah blah blah. But
no, thank you, Flo. Yeah, mate, it's nice to have a little debate with you, mate.
I'm kind of, I've got company here and that, so they do want to hear this bollocks.
No, it's nice having a debate with you, mate. That's it. No harm, no foul, isn't it?
No, not at all, man. I'm just like, it's a place of concern anyway. It's not just pure fucking taking the cunt or anything like that. It is actually a place of concern that folk will end up in.
Yeah, it is. It's a genuine concern for the people and what's happening now. And it's the problem. I do support the longer courses, but we've got a problem now.
If it was me, I wouldn't be sitting having this conversation. I would be doing something else. But anyway, cheers for having me on and that.
No, cheers for coming on, Flo. Cheers for having a debate, mate. I mean, yeah. Good. It was good.
Mentally and then physically, and when I know I've killed you off, I'll take a holiday out in Sicily. I need a break before I break down. You're not Thomas up, you're not Killer B. I'm spitting to DMB for fun.
Evening, Gary.
Gary, you there?
Evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Evening, Garrett. You all right, mate?
Yeah, you all right?
Yeah, not bad, mate.
I was in the chat, but I was talking to the missus, so... But I've got here a bit late, that's all. But, basically, I was still live then, Rick, yeah?
Yeah. As far as I know.
Yeah, basically, in layman's terms, what it is, under Article 61, it tells you if the government becomes tyrannous and corrupt, the only way to bring them back into line, because you haven't got any other regress, because obviously you've got to eat them where it hurts them, is to withdraw your taxes and withhold them until they come out of tyranny and back in line with the people. That's what Article 61 is there for. That's what it's for. Now, when you go into a court and like when Flo's just on about acts and statutes and this, that, and the other, the first thing you will do is ask the judge, if, you know, is he there on his oath or is he there for the corporate? And if he's there on his oath, he's got to uphold Article 61 because it's part of our constitution and they're all taught the constitution. So basically, it depends when you go to a court, which jurisdiction the judge is under. If he's under his oath and he's standing on his oath, he'll uphold the constitution. If he's there for the corporate, for the commercial, he'll rule against you. This is why, like Nathan and me have both said many times, the first thing you got to do when you go in a court is find out what jurisdiction you're fighting it under. And then if they say, you know, you've got to sort of say, I want to fight this under common law. That's basically the way I've always seen it and the way, and we have got people, but we could, like Nathan says, we can't say because it's confidentiality, but we have got people who are doing it the Article 61 way and withholding the council taxes. And like Nathan says, all it is backwards and forwards with paperwork. It never actually gets to court. So that's the way I've always seen it. And but Nathan and Flo was a good debate, to be fair.
Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. I just better, I think, if you would.
But it's just a misunderstanding. If you look at it in layman's terms and properly, you've got the right to withhold your taxes because the Magna Carta is our constitution, and it tells you that when your government's tyrannous and corrupt, you have the right to do it.
Yeah,
and when you go
sorry, go.
carry on, Nave.
Yeah,
Carry on, mate.
I think passion got the better of me and Flo there, sort of thing. So I apologise for all the overspeaking people. But hopefully, I mean, a lot of questions were answered. I mean, it was a good debate.
Yeah, I mean, I did
a lot of areas covered.
I did say to them early on, if they give you 10-15 minutes each to put your case forward and explain things a bit, but
you know, but it's one of them. But see, the problem you've got is because it's an ancient, the Magna Carta is ancient and it's been enacted by the barons. Nobody's ever actually been to court and used it. But we have got a few people now who are doing it this way, and it's working. But it's confidentiality. We can't say the names of these people because, you know, they've come to us and said, I'm doing this, what's the best way to do it? We've told them due process. It's up to them if they want to do it. Like Nathan said to Flo, nobody's forcing people to do it, but if you're going to do it, you've got to do it the correct way. And that is the correct way. But, and like you hit the nail on the head, Rick, what else can you do?
Well, there's things that people can do, mate, but I'm hoping people find a lawful solution, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying. What else can you do? The only other thing you can do is civil war, go down there and try and rag them out of Parliament and all that. What would you rather do? Try and do it peacefully?
Well,
or
let's look at what's already happened in 2019. Was these things not already planned? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're already there. So for anyone that's thinking that we're not there yet, we're already there. These things have not happened because people like us have jumped in and said, whoa, what you're doing there is actually treasonous or whatever.
Yeah. And don't forget, council tax is a commercial tax. It's only supposed to be for businesses. And that's the other thing people don't seem to realise. But, you know, it's one of them things. You either believe you've got the right to do it and you do it, and you distress the government because it tells you you've got the right to distress the government in any way, shape or form you feel fit, as long as it's peaceful. And you can't get no more peaceful than saying, I'm going to withhold my taxes until you come back out of tyranny. Because as long as you carry on paying it, and that's what Nathan was trying to say, well, the only alternative then is carry on paying it, and the tyranny is never going to end, is he?
This is it. I mean, Flo seems to be of the opinion of it's just one by one. We're not on about doing that. If 1 million people, 2 million, 4 million, however many people decide, right, okay, we're all going to stop paying now, then you will cause a problem.
Yeah.
Without numbers, it's for call anyway. We've said that.
This is what we're saying. This ain't going to work unless you all do it together in numbers.
Yeah. That's it.
Because it's about distressing. It's about distressing the state to get them to come back on, out of tyranny. And they've got a duty of care to the people of this country, and they're failing. Yeah. They've not got a duty of care anymore.
That was one of the points I was trying to make before I was cut off. This whole point, if we do want to back things like making it so it's not people being in prison for not paying it and stuff like that, what don't you think one of the best direct actions for everyone to say, well, we're not paying council tax till you stop imprisoning people?
To me, it's as simple as this. Can everybody identify treason gone on? I'm pretty sure 99.9% of people can do. So what we're going to do about it, to me, if we can use lawful solutions now, we should be doing so now. Simple as that.
Yeah. Because what you're doing, Rick, you're acting and you're doing exactly what your constitution is telling you to do. It's not us telling you to do this. It's the Magna Carta, the Constitution. Is telling you when your government becomes tyrannous and corrupt, it's your duty to go into lawful rebellion, Article 61, and remove the tyranny. And one of the ways is to withhold your taxes.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's all legal and lawful. What you're doing what your constitution. It's not me and Nathan that's come up with this idea. It's been there since 1215.
Yeah, law's the law.
It's just a.
And exactly, it's been there for these exact reasons, because people have been in prison, prosecuted, criminalised that lot for non-payment and stuff like that, and that's exactly why it's there.
Yeah, and then what's come along and happened is in 2001, the barons invoked it again because they saw the treason and the corruption, and there was more or less saying to everybody, there you go, now's your chance to remove the tyranny and corruption. It's down to you guys. We've invoked it. Now go do it.
It's just what people got to realise. Constitutionally, by our constitution, it is the people that uphold the law in the communities. The police just back us up. So it's our duty to. So if we don't uphold these laws, then we're accepting these laws, and then we'll be liable to these laws. We've got to start upholding our rights, upholding the true law. Once we do that, things will change. That's the way you change law. You uphold the law.
Yeah.
To me, I think we're in a sticky situation where anybody like from the EU seems to be leaving, and we have an influx of people which are coming with not the intention to work and provide whatever and be an asset to the country. They come to suck up money, benefit shoppers and whatever. Now, if you keep allowing that to happen and whatever, eventually what you're going to end up is where there is no money to do any of these things anyway, because there won't be enough taxpayers to do it. So we're going to sink ourselves anyway, regardless if we carry on this course that we're on. That's where I see it.
See, what we're trying to do, Rick, is do this en masse. Because if you've got 10, 20 million people doing this, they can't imprison everybody for the start. So, but I'm quite confident, and I'm sure Nathan is, and any other constitution person who believes and knows the constitution is there, if you went in front of a judge and told him the reason is you're under Article 61, you've invoked your right under the Magna Carta, Article 61, to withhold your taxes because the government is now tyrannous and corrupt. Any judge that goes against that is committing treason.
Can I just clear up the jail thing where everyone's getting dreadfully wrong, to be honest with you? There is no jail sentence for non-payment of council tax. What people actually get sent to jail for is willful refusal or neglect of a court order. Now, willful refusal and neglect of a court order is pretty much the same as contempt of court. Like, there is no law in the UK that sentences anyone to jail for non-payment of something.
No, you're bang on, AJ. It's a civil matter, so there is no prison sentence. It's an imprisonable. It's not a prisonable offence. And yeah, you're 100% correct, AJ. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason I didn't jump on before when Flo was on, because it was Nathan and Flo, if you get what I mean. So I didn't want to come on and make it look like we was ganging up on him when we wouldn't have been anyway.
That's why I stayed out.
Yeah, that's why I didn't come on.
There's no way and try and refute anything that's being said, Carter.
Half the problem as well is from my side, it's very long-winded. You do have to go off on tangents to explain the law and certain bits like that, so it's hard to explain in a debate like that. But yeah, I've got my point, of course. Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, Nash has just said again, inalienable rights. That's another big part of it. You've got to start using your inalienable rights. You've got them. Start using them. So, you know, I mean, Nash has just said again, inalienable rights. That's a big part of it. You've got to start using them. You know, it's unbelievable what people, and as long as you allow these people to do it, they're going to do it. It's only when the people fight back.
The other thing with CT as well is it's the thing is people think that when they say about not paying, it's willful. It's withholding it, and you do actually have a legal right in this country to withhold payment whilst you're in civil dispute. Any civil dispute that you're in, you are not to pay until the civil dispute is dealt with. So you use a method which is known as conditional acceptance. So you conditionally accept to pay anything you may lawfully owe, provided they answer your questions or conform with certain things that you can put in place for them to conform with. One of which should really be a simple one, and that is that they do the job that they're put in place to do, which unfortunately a lot of councils haven't been doing over the years.
Exactly. You know.
This is it. I mean, look at when they used to empty the rubbish bin, it was just literally all in the same stuff. Now you've got to segregate it all in different bins for them, and they're making money from that.
Yeah. But, like I said, with Flo, I don't go around telling people not to pay the council tax. We only say when people put it in there, when we're on a live, do you have to pay council tax? And we say, well, no, you don't, but you've got to do it by due process, by this way, that way. Then it's up to them what they do. But all I will say is if people didn't, I don't pay council tax. I haven't paid council tax. I've done it that way with the council, and I have, and AJ's done the same.
I've been blocked
so,
from the council.
Yeah, and they get fed up of you in the end. But that's just the way it is. But I can't turn around to somebody else and say, don't pay your council tax. I tell you that that's what it says in the Article 61. You've got the right not to. But it's down to every individual. Like Nathan says, it's down to the individual. Nobody's going to kick and scream if you want to carry on paying it. By all means, carry on and pay it. Same as voting. Everybody keeps voting. And when you keep voting, all you're doing is voting for the same. You're on an hamster wheel. You're never going to get off that wheel and get anything done while you keep voting. Because politics is dead. They're all corrupt and tyrannous. The only way you're going to change it is by everybody not voting, that will send and the voting out confidence in the parliament, and it will be dissolved because nobody's bothered to tear up its voting out confidence. But people are too scared to do that. And I understand it and I get it. But that's the only way you're going to make a change in politics. By keep voting for Labour, Conservatives, whatever. You're just voting for the different side of the coin. Exactly the same. They're going to take you down the same route and do exactly the same, just in a different way.
There's also a lot of misconception over what council tax is actually spent on. Now, when you pay the council tax, it goes directly to central government, and central government then put it to paying off the interest on the national debit. They then borrow money again, which then again puts the national debit further up. And that money that they borrow is then distributed through the councils and given to each local council to a set amount per council. It doesn't actually, the money that the councils spend doesn't actually come from the council tax that you give them.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same as the TV licence. You know, how many people still pay the TV licence? That's unlawful.
TVL is another one. Like, people believe that it's illegal not to pay TV licence. Now, the criminal offence when it comes to TVL is only once it's been to the courts. And really and truly, nowadays, there is no reason to be watching a TV. There's plenty of other things that people can be doing other than watching what I consider to be a load of rubbish, really, the TV.
Yeah. Well, you know, all we're saying is you get people moaning all the time. Oh, this, that, and the other. Well, if you want to make a change, you've got to start doing things. It's like when we went into the car, you know, like Nathan says when he was on with Flo, we put loads of stuff in there from the Magna Carta, old laws, and you hear the superintendent, well, the chief inspector, whoever he was, actually get them off us, read them, and he says, yes, these are all still in full effect, but obviously the really old laws are going to take some looking through, blah, 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 and that's on camera, so, you know, what they're trying to do, are they going to now turn around and say, we got it wrong, that policeman, that chief inspector was lying?
That's still an open case as well, isn't it, Gary?
It's another one.
When
people talk about common law and they say that we're not governed by common law in the UK, they are actually incorrect on that, because if you look at the sentence for murder in the UK, you are tried under common law.
Yeah. There's a lot of misconceptions with it all. But what it is, they've come along, they've put acts and statutes over the top, and it looks like they've repealed everything, but they can't. They can't repeal anything in the Magna Carta without putting it to the people, because it's not nothing to do with them. It was between the people and the monarch. Well, the barons signed it on behalf of the people, and the monarch. It's got hundreds of years before government was even thought of.
The Magna Carta was actually written in perpetuity, so it stands forever. It cannot be taken away. And it would actually require the will of the people to have removed it if it could have been done. Never in history have we had a referendum to remove the Magna Carta. I challenge anyone to provide me a referendum where the Magna Carta has been removed. If you can't do that, then you have to be able to accept the fact that the Magna Carta still stands.
The Magna Carta was enacted by the people. The only people that can take it away is the people. Can I just clarify something as well? Because something Flo kept alluding to is that a lot of people call themselves freedom of land and what they go by. They often use the Magna Carta, especially Article 61, but they use it. I don't know if it's interpretation or whatever it is. I don't know, but they often use it in the wrong way, in my opinion. Problem is with the freedom of land is what they should actually be referring to is what you call the Charter of the Forest. This is what people would know if they knew the Constitution. The Charter of the Forest was actually superseded by the Magna Carta. But the Charter of the Forest is what gives way to what they're saying about freedom of the land, but that was superseded by the Magna Carta in 1215.
Yeah.
Another thing is a lot of people don't quite grasp that just because people talk about the likes of the Magna Carta and the fact that that's still in force, doesn't mean that legislation isn't also in force. A lot of acts and statutes were actually, the original reason for acts and statutes is it's the act of the crime that you're committing. So it's the actual action that you're committing to break that law.
Yep, that's exactly correct, the action.
Setting out the law and the things that you could have possibly done to have broken that law.
Yep. Yeah, the law is based on physical and basically mental intent, and the action is part of the physical intent.
So that would come under, what was it, mens rea and habeas corpus.
Habeas corpus is completely different, but yeah.
Yeah, mens rea is definitely under that.
Yeah, mens rea, yeah. We're talking about getting to the realms of ultra vires there as well.
That one's not quite something I'm familiar with.
But that's another reason for really questioning the recovery of council tax and marking and ultra vires, especially when the police get involved.
Well, to be honest with you, the police.
What I'm on about, and I'm not going to explain that tonight. It's a bit of a
police
deep.
Actually intervene in council tax due to the fact it's a civil matter, and the police aren't there to deal with civil matters.
Yep. We'll take this speaking, and yeah, it's part of commerce. But the constables of Royal Constabulary are not there to uphold laws of commerce. They're there to uphold the laws of the lands, and unless there's a breach of the peace, they shouldn't be acting.
Yeah, no, if there's one, you can answer it, or and I'll help you if you want. But if you stop paying your taxes and put yourself into lawful rebellion, some taxes are still taken at source, obviously, from your work and that. You were being treasonous, but you're actually not being treasonous, are you? Because you've done everything that you can.
Well, this is the problem, and often that's the way people you've got to do due process. So the first thing you do is actually enter Article 61.
Yeah.
And then you follow the process from then on. Yes, you do come up with a situation, and this is part of the tyranny, and this is a part of what we want rid of, because you do get what you call an attachment of earning order in some cases. I mean, technically speaking, council tax, I think, is one of the things really, but it doesn't often go that way. But a lot of taxes that can be taken from your employer, stuff like that, a lot of the times you get attachment of earnings orders. And they are literally impossible to stop, because the only person that can help you stop that is the employer, and they often won't believe in your cause and will not do it and put themselves at risk, and this is the problem. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be upholding your rights, and it does not mean you should be fighting for your rights.
There's also the freemen on the land get the interpretation of the promissory note completely backwards as well, from what I've noticed. The promissory note, if you look on any bank note, if you've got one in your wallet or your purse, you'll find written underneath the Bank of England on your banknote, it states, "I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of." Now, if it's a £5 note, it'll be the sum of £5. If it's a £10 note, it'll be a £10 note. They're all promissory notes. It's because banking originally was a storage facility for gold, and the banker would give you a promissory note, which you would then exchange for your gold back. But instead of exchanging the gold, many years ago, people decided that they were going to exchange the notes instead. Yeah,
you're sort of nearly there, AJ. Basically, banking started really in the time it was basically started by the Knights of the Templar, really, in the Crusades. What would happen is often a baron or a lord who was at home, he had to send his forces, was often send, like you say, and a note, he would have a certain deposit in one place, but there'd be a bank in another place, and there would be, it was like an RU promissory note that would be sent by the baron with his seal on it. In that way, they can gain provisions of certain things along the way at certain points through the Crusade. That's how banks first started.
It's like we all know that Sharia, for a start, subverts our constitution. It's unconstitutional, and it's treason to allow that system in this country. but nobody seems to want to do anything about it.
The only laws that are allowed on British soil are British laws. That's
Yes.
That's clearly stated in the Constitution.
Yep, that is exactly it. The only thing that can be, it's allowed in our lands and to be practiced in our courts is English law. And anything that contravenes that, like, i.e. any foreign law from the ECJ or anything like that, is technically speaking unlawful, unconstitutional. Therefore, if you try and enact it, it's treason. Sedition and treason.
Well, sedition, yeah. But what I'm saying is, Nathan, now, how long have we been saying that? Now, there's your solution to get rid of Sharia. So why ain't everybody getting behind the Constitution and getting rid of Sharia?
Exactly, Gary.
They have written in ink, like, they can't deny it. Another thing is, I often hear people say that we don't have a written constitution. That's false. Now, the difference between the English Constitution and the American Constitution is ours is set out over many documents. It's not just in one single document.
Yes, basically the difference is between it's a code, what you call a codified constitution.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Our constitution is the first ever constitution. People don't understand this. It's the mother of all constitutions, the first ever constitution. Our constitution is built up of a lot of bloody wars, civil wars and stuff like that, and disputes with monarchs and powers and tyranny over about 800 years. That's how comes the Magna Carta and everything is the perfect, basically, Human Rights Act. That's why all Human Rights Acts are based on it. It's the very first thing that ever, it still is the biggest Human Rights Act in the world. And this is what people don't realise. It was built up over many years. That's why it's so good. That's why it kept peace in our land for over 1,000 years. America and other, where they can borrow from ours and they've learnt from us, they can do what you call a codified constitution, which is in one document. But it is indeed written, like AJ says, it's just written over 19, I think, documents instead of one codified booklet.
Yeah.
The thing with when it comes to withholding as well, like, now, if you wanted to get change with the government, we have the masses. It could all be done within the space of 3 months. Literally, if we had the numbers, people could withhold CT for literally 3 months, and that would be enough to pull them in line. First month, they'd be thinking. Second month, they'd be starting to act, and by the third month, they will have actually done something. And if it was done within a 3-month period, it would never even get before the courts. The whole idea of withholding is when they pull themselves into line, then pay. It's not that you're not paying it, it's a case of you're withholding it until they pull themselves back in line. That's what I think a lot of people are missing when it comes to the council tax issue.
Is it possible to play that card event so people can actually see?
Just one second.
I watched a little bit of that the other day. I've not seen that for a while. It's weird watching that again.
Yeah, it's doing the circuit again. I've seen the other day. A lot of people have not heard anything about that though. You know, it's mad, and a lot of people have only just woke up the last few months. So it's one of them things. It's more. I think we've said before. We did that a little premature, really. I think now I think it'd have a lot more weight behind it. To be honest.
Yeah, but at least it's there now to the people waking up to see it, so it's there, people can see it. Whereas if we'd done it now, we'd probably be in the same situation, and it'd probably take the same amount of time to get it sorted. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that
it goes either way, doesn't it?
That went worldwide, that didn't it? It's all over Sky, whatever.
Yeah, apparently they cut TV programs off on that lot for like an exclusive bulletin over it. It was apparently it's unheard of, but apparently it's even reported in the Hong Kong newspapers.
Yeah. Even
which is usually unheard of. So
is it Paul Joseph Watson or something like that? He was trying to get his on the show, but that idiot didn't answer the messages.
yeah,
Nathan, somebody's asked Nathan, does he pay his council tax?
no.
There you go.
I did say that when I was on the flow. No, I don't. Like I said with Flo, if people are intending to try and use this process or do anything in a criminal way or a deceptive way or anything like that, or for bad reasons, you're going to get caught out. Don't bother. It's not worth it. You're going to get caught out. There's just no way, because you're going to have to go by letter of it, and you will get caught. You will get caught out.
Thing is, before doing it, you need to actually look into it properly and understand what conditional acceptance is.
Exactly. You've got to understand your reason, because it's got to be your reasons. Like I said, every case individual, it's got to be your own reasons, and you've got to look into it. You've got to know. You've got to have a justified reason. If you haven't got a justified reason, I mean, you can't just skip council tax or think you don't have to pay it or anything like that, because it's not the case. But council tax is one of the only taxes that, technically speaking, mean.
Before, can you identify treason? I think most people can.
Yeah.
Just the fact that they've let Sharia be pushed into the system, that in itself is treasonous. People can and should be held to account. Look at where it's got us.
Yeah, the fact that
well, technically, all EU legislation is also the same.
Yeah, the Sharia courts are unlawful in these lands and should never be allowed, and that's not racist. I say no court of law. Only English courts are allowed in our land, and English law. That's the way it is.
This is it. I mean, Britain first, Tommy, all that lot should be all over this stuff now. If you actually want a result, let's use our lawful means to get a result.
Yeah, and I think this is what people need to understand as well. This is part of what we're fighting for. People shy away when you say English law in English courts and things like that, but this is our point. This is where we get to uphold the Magna Carta and things like that, and that's there for all of us, regardless.
This is it. I mean,
it's the ultimate human rights act that actually lets us be free.
Yeah,
everybody has the right. And this is, I mean, the Sikh community, Hindu, everybody has this right.
That's it. That's the most important thing. Equal, all of us. This is not just British law for for one person or one skin colour. This is to keep us all equal and safe. Sarah Garvey did a brilliant video the other day, and he was saying how the black people had been invited, asked to come and work here, rebuild after the war, etc. These people that are coming floating across the way, washing up on the beaches now, they've not been invited. It's very different situation.
It's like people don't realise.
Invaders.
It's like people don't realise as well. It's like, take the Polish, for instance. They're a demographic that's often get a lot of stick because people don't understand. The Polish have been here since after World War One. I think it was the Polish that helped us rebuild after World War One and get us back off our feet. And I said there's people, like we said on the live the other night, there's people that have been part of the structure and part of this, and part of the cultures and that lot for nearly 100 years. 100 years. You know what I mean? It's like people need to start understanding. People born of the soil are sovereign. All of us, we all have the same rights.
Exactly. Danny, can you block that fucking wronging Jason Tyler, please? We don't need him on here.
He's trying to say you live with your mum, Nath.
Personal tax, always the best way to go in a debate. My word. And this is the thing. This is what so the law is the law. You know what I mean? Personal tax, everything is on personal opinions aside. It's irrelevant. The law is the law.
This is it, mate. I mean, in my eyes, there's enough people awake now to the fact that treason has been committed, and you know, Sharia law is a big part of the problem. If you remove Sharia, I think you remove at least 80% of your problems. It'll start to suffer and it'll start to fall apart. It had no place being here in the beginning. So
Yeah, no, Sharia is definitely something we need to remove from our lands, but we also need to remove UCC law as well, because the UCC law is often what is helping back up Sharia and stuff like that. So it's in tangent, really.
that's it. I mean,
In my opinion.
we've got to start holding people to account somewhere. It has to start somewhere. To me, that target of Sharia is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger as more people wake up to the problems. The fact that GMP and whatever have had to come out and admit failings and fuck ups, that's the start of the end. People can see through the bullshit. People can see grooming gang, whatever. You don't even have to put a word. People now know what the issue is and what it's going to be. So, to me, if there's a lawful solution to remove something that's unlawful, then we all need to back that. Simple as that. Doesn't matter what camp you're in, what you're about. It's as simple as that. You don't have another law alongside your law in your country. It's just, that doesn't make sense. Britain first, Tommy's law. Everyone should be all over this. I mean, I kept asking a while back when it was Gerard Batten, you know, he's wrote 2 books on it and whatever. Why is he not mentioning it? Why is he not putting it to use or whatever? He knows full well. So, you know, he's openly against Islam. So to me, it's a lesser target being against Sharia. You know, people could say, uneducated people around these things would say, oh, well, he's against Islam, so he must be racist, not knowing that Islam's not a race and neither is Muslims. So to go for that target, he's already pushing the envelope a bit anyway. You know, why not use the knowledge that he's got, that we know he's got, because he wrote 2 books on our constitution and the importance of it? Why is he not using that information to take down? To me, if you want to remove Islam, you remove Sharia and Islam will fall apart anyway. So why would you not go for the smaller target, which would do more damage? It doesn't make sense.
Exactly, Sharia is the main weapon.
Yeah, that's it. It's where all the funding and everything's coming from. And if any movement of money or whatever, that's where it's coming from, isn't it? And our government's obviously compliant with it, because we've got 4 government buildings that are paid for with Sharia bonds. So
Exactly, they're under Sharia bonds, and it goes as far as to even the fact that inside the building, Sharia is prevalent. I mean, there's no alcohol and things like that, and we're talking about the Admiralty building, things like that. These are national buildings that should never have happened.
Yeah, pure treason all day. So the fact that we can use Article 61, see, it won't do no good if there's just a few hundred or a few thousand. It won't make no difference. But if there's 17.4, all of a sudden it would be an impact and it would work. It's as simple as that. The numbers.
I think this is where I think Flo and a lot of other people get Article 61 mixed up. Article 61 is a declaration. This is why you do it first. You're basically, it gives you sort of lawful backing, because you're basically saying, right, my actions from here on in are going to be, and if I do something, it's going to be for this reason. So you're giving lawful excuse before the fact.
Yeah.
So as long as you remain within the law in your actions, this is the whole point. So instead of like you doing an action saying, oh, it's because of Article 61, what you're doing is saying, right, excuse me, I'm going Article 61, which allows me to do this, so I will be.
Right, guys. AJ, this you and Nathan can answer this if you want to. Andy Hughes has asked if there's a statute limitation on council tax.
That's a funny one, actually, because should apply to everything, but councils ignore it.
This is a problem, and I was going to say the same thing, AJ. Yeah, technically speaking, yes, there should be, but the councillors don't seem to acknowledge that in any way, shape, or form.
No.
To be honest with you, when it comes to government stuff, government and courts, statutes and limitations is usually ignored when it comes to debit. And it's more so civil debits that you can, that the statute of limitations is actually abided by. It's like if you've got credit cards or stuff like that, you do have to abide by it. But it doesn't mean that they can't still come asking you for the money. It just means that you have no legal obligation to pay it.
Yep. I'm just reading, looking for the questions.
Any chance of playing that AJ? The Cannes event? I think it's about 20 minutes, was it?
Are you there?
How you doing, Andy? Is it Andy?
It's Fred.
Play.
Oh, Fred, right, Fred.
Play the
Is it him?
Yeah, I just had some trouble with Hangouts.
And
Yeah, I just think if you stop paying council tax, it could have an effect on other people that rely on the service in the business as it's run, like a business, as always, could basically up the costs of tax as they've been doing for many, many years. So
I get what you're saying there, Fred, but the problem we've got is we've got a tyrannous, corrupt government, and the only way we can get back at them is by doing stuff like that, because we've got no representation in the Parliament anymore. They're all against us.
Yeah.
So what we're basically saying is, we're not saying we've held it forever. What we were trying to get is as many people in the country to withhold it for a week, 2 weeks, and then what would happen is the government, you'd starve the beast of its money, and then they would have to sit round the table and get people to listen to what your concerns are, i.e. you're being tyrannous and corrupt, you're not listening to the people, you've got to start doing the right thing because the people are starting to turn against you. That's the whole idea of...
And it's not just that as well, people got to realise if people done it all in big enough number, it would be short-lived, because the people that there's companies, there's other people that rely on contracts, and people go, oh, but the bins wouldn't be emptied. The bins, they would, because there is a contract within companies that they have to uphold. It's just that company and the government then go into a dispute with themselves because about wages and who's paying, but the company still has to pay the wages. The government still has to do things, so you're likely to more force something to happen quicker that way than you would do by paying your taxes and just begging them to please change something.
Yeah, but wouldn't that, because they could go, well, if you're withholding it, then we're going to withhold our service, and that could have an impact on people that, I don't know.
They're being breach of a contract, therefore they'd be liable to that themselves. They can't breach a contract the same as we can't. No one is above the law.
Yeah, but won't we be breaching it if we're withholding it in because if we're entitled to withhold the money, they can withhold their service, can't they?
Depends on the terms of the contract. Probably not, because they basically on many contracts guarantee that the service will be upheld. And like I said, we're withholding. We're not stopping, so we're not in breach.
Yeah. But you know what the government are like? They're very smart tacticians, and they
exactly. So this, sorry, go on, calm out. Sorry.
They do find a way. If that's either okay, if you're not going to pay it, then we'll just stop the service. Then where would that leave the people?
Well, this is the thing that, as you said, they're upping it all and all that lot. They're getting us more. They're pushing us more and more to the point where we're in debt. So they've got completely. At what point are we going to say no? At what point are we going to start pushing back?
Because I was talking to a bloke in the gym a while back, and he said something to do with there's a threshold on council tax of under, is it 6%? They can't go over a certain threshold. But it's getting really close to 6% now. So I don't know.
I think in some areas have actually gone over that. I'm not sure. I haven't got the official statistics for that, but I do believe in some areas they've gone over things. But yeah, along them lines, there is bits along that as well that are grave concern.
We've also got to look at, Fred, there's places like where I live now. There's probably 450,000 people in, or something like that, in my town, or 250,000 people in my town, and they've just knocked the police station down, got rid of it completely. So we have to have the police from about 6-7 miles away to come to my town if we've got a problem. So in certain areas, they're actually cutting back. They're having this money off you, like in Warsaw, they're having the council tax off the people in Warsaw. They ain't even got a police service anymore. It comes from somewhere else. So they're actually cutting back. They're cracking on. You've got to have this, that, and the other. They're actually cutting down and they're cutting back on the services.
Exactly, Gary. This is a fact that people can't. Exactly, this is a fact that people can't ignore. The taxes are going up. The service is being slashed. That is not the way these taxes and the system and everything should be working.
The bins used to get emptied once a week. The bins used to get emptied once a week. How many hospitals have been shut down?
Yeah, take the bins for instance. Take the bins for instance.
Yeah, this is it.
Used to be emptied once a week. Are you paying any less money now? They're being emptied like once a month or once a fortnight. No, you're not.
Well, everything's being cut back. The prices keep going up, and we're going to eventually be in a state where we've got less and less and less taxpayers. So where does this end?
Exactly.
Where does this end?
Exactly. Can they? We're at the point now. Can they lawfully ask for these taxes when they're asking for something that they're not providing? I mean, these taxes, it's not matching. So are they lawfully asking? Are they lawfully asking for these taxes anymore?
Well, the thing that's getting me is you hear on the news that the economy is doing well, unemployment's falling. Well, if unemployment's falling, then you should be lowering the tax rate. You should have shitloads of money, but we're not. How does that work out? If it's dropping, more people are paying tax, and if you've had it 5.4% on average, then we should have shitloads of money. So why is our services being cut?
Exactly. Fred, answer me a question. If you had a lawful and legal way to protest about this, don't you think that would be a good idea?
Well, it would, but there's always...
Yeah, I'm just saying, in concept.
In concept, it would be amazing.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Well, in practical, as we've seen with many other demonstrations, like just take the yellow vest, when that first started out in 2000, whenever it was, 2018, it was massive, then it just collapsed.
Well, this is the thing. This is why a lot of people. I mean, I think personally, if most people gave it a chance, if they tried to learn their inalienable rights and certain bits about it, most people, I think, would keep up with it, because, like I said, this is your freedoms, your liberties. This is what allows you to stand up and say, no, you're not doing this to me because of this reason. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. They don't know their rights. So when they go to court and when they go up against these corporations and the council, they don't know their rights, so therefore they don't know how to fight against it. So they just accept it. Therefore, they accept liability.
I think
It's about educating. It's about educating the people before, and this is what we keep saying. You've got to educate yourself. It's about educating the people. If we can educate the people, then we can make an educated response to this. Would be a lawful response to it.
I think we should be a bit more like France when Macron upped the fuel duty, and they all came out. And I thought, well, why can't Britain do this?
Well, the only thing about that is because, like I said, with our constitution, where we have done things before, I mean, let's take, like, the police still don't technically class it as a right, like the violence, like that, what Thatcher did and that lot. And we have laws, really, against this sort of thing. So it's like, it's not the same for us as it is in France and stuff like that. You've got to have lawful reason and lawful excuse to do something. I mean, we've got the right to protest and to do all that lot. But again, we have a police force that puts commerce over lawful and constitutional duties. So I don't know. It's a complicated one. But again, it's the people standing up. We're in a situation in this country where people are working so hard just to make ends meet. They haven't got the time, or they're too knackered, and this is what the government are doing. This is why we need to start pushing back now, because it's been happening for decades now, and we'll get to a point where it'll be impossible to do this. So we have got to start acting, people. It's time to stand up.
I think this HS2 is a waste of taxpayers' money just for an extra, is it 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not being funny. To do a personal account about the council tax, to pay council tax. Where I live, the local council, I live in a port town. We've got a port. They actually gave 12 million of taxpayers' money that had no ships. Subsequently, the contract all failed. 12 million's gone, and they knew that the company didn't have any ships when they done the contract.
You look how many million they've just given to India and that for their floods and that, and yet they don't give a shit about what's happening in this country.
I know. I think where it went wrong with floods is when the dredges stopped.
Yeah, that's down to an EU statute again. That happened basically. That we was affected by a statute was made. I believe it was to do with something else, but when they made it, that directly affected the way we manage our rivers. So we had to change. So thousands of years of knowledge of our rivers and that lot, and getting to the point where we can uphold our rivers and keep them tame, and we don't have to just sort of like let them burst their banks and destroy everything and out the window, because the 15 unaccountable, unelected bureaucrats know better.
I just hate it when the government are basically playing business with the NHS, saying, "Oh, we'll just chuck more money at it." But the problem is, we've got hospitals around the country that can't cope with the influx of immigration. So us taxpayers are paying double for nothing.
Exactly. This is the thing. You touch on hospitals. You actually touch on quite a good thing. I mean, it'd be noticed as well when the government put any money into the NHS. They don't just put the money in. They also put a massive team of middle management in to basically say and displace that money where it needs to go, rather than just put it in there. It's like, yeah, we're going to pay these like hundreds of thousands of pounds a year to basically put this money into the hospital. It's like, well, hang on a minute. Why don't you just give it to them and they can do it? But it always happens. It's become a fraud.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head there. You've hit the nail on the head there, Nathan. Remember years ago when you had the matrons on the wards? The wards used to run smooth as clockwork, and that's all you had running the wards. Now you've got a sister, and then you've got 4 or 5 layers of management teams above that sister. So you're paying, instead of paying like one person's wages, you're paying 6 or 7 people's wages now to do the same job.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Matron knew what she needed on her ward. She knew what supplies she needed. She knew what was coming in most. She knew everything that was going on. She made it her business. Now we've just got a team of people that don't even step foot on the ward to let her know what's going on them.
Yeah.
The problem is we've got immigration coming into our country, and we're basically a small island with hospitals that can probably take up to, I don't know, 50,000 a year, maybe. I don't know how big hospitals are, but I know they're not that big. But we're like, yeah, come over here and work and live and do this. But where's the facilities are going to be for them? You know, we're doubling our population to where the hospitals can't cope, and we expect money is going to solve it when it isn't.
Exactly, mate. Exactly, and this is part of my problem with immigration. I truly believe we do have a responsibility. So, if we do not have the infrastructure, we do not have everything in place to take care of these people if they do fall on hard times or it doesn't work, then we're not using our duty of care. We're basically not doing the right by these people. And I'm going to say that regardless of whether they're illegal immigrants or not. At the end of the day, on a human rights level, if we can't care for these people, there's no way we should be going anywhere near it. Like I said, in a ways, we have to now start working on getting the people we've got here now on our feet, getting to the point where we can support ourselves. Then we can start supporting more people. It's ridiculous. We're just causing more harm.
It is massively shocking the way the system is run. We just think, yeah, we need to go work. It's like, well, look at our infrastructure. It's crumbling. It is knees. You know, it needs sorting. And the only way you're going to do it is close the border. And I know that sounds horrible, but we're in crisis.
I think you'll actually get better results from border control and implementation of British law. To be honest with you, if British law was implemented properly and we have proper border control, we wouldn't have half the immigration.
No.
We're coming over it because they believe it's an easy ride.
We should have the Australian way. If you haven't got money to sustain yourself, you know, in working, a property to go to, and medical insurance here, then you shouldn't be allowed in.
Yeah. I mean, you've only got to look at back to what we was talking about the NHS. You've only got to look at the doctors for now, doctors' surgeries. Before, the old way used to go in, well, round here you used to go in the doctors, pull a ticket out of the machine, and you'd be seen by the doctor that day. They've scrapped all that, what was working perfect, and now you have to phone in or book online. And sometimes if you go and try and book an appointment at the doctor's now, it'll say, when would you like to see a doctor? This week, nothing available. Next week, nothing available. This month, nothing available. So you've got to know a month and a half in advance when you're going to be ill to get seen. Nowadays, it's disgusting.
Or the worst one is when they say, ring at 8 o'clock in the morning, knowing that everybody else is going to ring at 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you can't get through. Exactly, it jams all the phones, and what they've done, they've got rid of a perfectly good system that worked. I.e., people used to go in when there was bad, on the day there was bad and pull a ticket out of the machine and see a doctor. To now you've got a book now, and then of course that's been booked in advance and in advance and advance by people who just want, you know, to renew the box note or whatever, and then the genuine people who are really ill are having to go to the walk-in centres, and then the doctors moan at you. You get a letter through the post off your doctor saying, why have you gone to the walk-in centre? You've just cost me X amount of money. To which I'd write back to the doctor and say, well, if I could get in to see her when I was ill, I'd come and see you. But obviously, I was ill and I couldn't get in to see you for a month, so I had to go somewhere.
Yeah. We have a walk-in centre St Helens, and half of the people that I talk to with health conditions, we just go there. We just give up with doctors.
Yeah, because you can never get in. Fred, that's what the problem is. You can never get in. So why they went away from the old system is beyond me.
I think to be more of an active receptionist, because I think they should be asking questions. You know, if it's for a cold, you know, you have people going into doctors for a cold when they could easily go to pharmacies.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. We don't need any more Glenders, Frederick. I mean, they're not medically trained. You know what I mean? I don't need to sort of tell the receptionist ins and outs. I truly believe it should just sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Technically speaking, call out should come back. That's what would save it if we could get doctors to go on call outs now instead of going into the surgery. That would save it. We'd save a lot of money.
I know.
But the problem you got with that, though, Nathan, is that that's snowed under with everything that's going on with the appointment booking system. I mean, at one time, you used to get 20 minutes with the doctor. Now they've cut it to 10. So, but, you know, they've got that many bloody appointments that day, they ain't got time to go out on any calls. That's the problem you got. It all needs restructuring now. What?
It definitely does. We're on about talking about, is it a 24-hour GP now? We're looking towards.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I think the 24-hour would work. Because if you're working on nights, you're sleeping through most of the day. So are you going to get to your doctor's appointment? Yeah, that's the thing that, you know, makes people on night shift annoyed about off to go to doctors.
Yeah. I agree. It should be. But that's why that's what a lot of people do now, though, Fred. They come off the night shift and got a lot of these walk-in centres open at like 7 o'clock in the morning. So they go straight from work to the walk-in centre. And then the same thing happens again. They get a letter off the doctor saying, well, why have you gone there? Blah. And then all they can turn around just say, well, I work nights, you're not open, I can never get into see it, I've had to go there. And hopefully, eventually, they'll get the message and they'll put an early surgery on for people.
But I think it was a while back when I heard question time about a 24-hour GP surgery, which would help a lot of the burden.
Yeah.
You know, but we also need, you know, a recruitment in our health service. You know, you go to your doctors now and they're all foreign, and it's like, well, what's up with ours? You know, why can't we train ours?
Yeah,
it's shocking. I don't think I've only seen probably one English doctor in my life.
That's half the problem with the NHS at the moment. The way that it's set up, we're not actually training our own, we're bringing in from outside countries instead, but really and truly we should be training our own citizens.
Yeah, and that's the problem with people on like the benefits in less skilled workers and stuff like that. We've got employers that are looking for the diamond employee, you know, the right skills, the right qualifications and everything. But half of the people can do the job, but haven't got the experience or the qualifications, but can do the job. And that's what annoys me. You know, you've got all these people that can do the work, but everybody's all piling in. You got like 5,000 to one job in some areas, and it's crazy. And you wonder why there's, you know, people, you know, with mental health, with depression. You know, they can't get anywhere because no one's taking a chance on them. and it's just the whole thing's wrong. You know, you've got people on our streets, and you've got people that coming in, and they're just getting housed. It's absolutely crazy. You know, I watched one documentary seen something on YouTube, sorry, where they are basically getting immigrants into hotels. But just around the corner, there's a veteran on our street. Doesn't make any sense.
It's a big problem in this country with that. Really and truly, we should be looking after our own first and then dealing with others. Like, veterans should be one of the priorities, really, when it comes to housing. There shouldn't be veterans on the streets. They've served this country, so they should at least have the dignity of being able to have a home.
And that's the crazy thing. We've got houses, we've got abundance of houses, you know, private and council, but private are always too expensive, but the council still could help. You know,
there's whole estates that are just boarded up.
Yep.
Country, like, a lot of these houses, there ain't really anything wrong with the houses. They've just decided to board them up, and that they're gonna, I don't know, there's places where they're knocking them down and just turning it into grass areas instead. And then towns have got people sleeping rough all over the place.
Yeah, it's absolute shocking, I think.
To be honest with you, the country needs to get its priorities in order. It should be after the country first, and then whatever we've got left over, then help others.
Yeah, I know. My granddad used to say, once the pits are gone, that's it, the nation's gone. In a way, he was right. You know, our steel went, our pits are gone. Everybody's just piling in now, doing private businesses and doing this and doing that. No one's independent anymore. And that's the problem.
There's a case of, the problem is they're phased out with like sort of education on our constitution, that in schools. Schools used to teach things that were relevant. Nowadays, a lot of what schools are teaching isn't really going to help you in everyday life. It's more so for conforming with what they want out of you.
Yeah. My granddad, he used to go from one job to another. It was very rare he was on state. And there was none of this, you know, online application or anything like that. You went to the job centre and you got a job and you got told where to be. That's as he had it.
I remember when I was younger, it used to be literally a case of you go to the employer, right? Most of the jobs I've had over the years have come from going directly to an employer, right? And that's what people used to do before the job centres were around.
Yeah, and I don't know why they're called job centres.
Well, they're not really job centres as such anymore. Like,
we're just administrators, aren't we?
Yeah.
Then you basically left looking through God knows how many newspapers, God knows how many recruiters, and you have so many different emails and passwords and everything, and you wonder why it's so confusing for everyone.
A lot of what's not helping as well is this here. They say that unemployment's at an all-time low. Now, the only reason for that is because of 0-hour contracts.
Yep.
Like, so they're disguising the actual employment rates via 0-hour contracts.
I used to be in the gig economy, and that was crap. Commission-based work, in the basically saying, "Oh, that's work." It wasn't. Didn't earn a penny.
Yeah, there's some jobs that are like that. Window sales can be like that as well.
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
I did a bit of that many years ago myself.
It used to be hard work, and you didn't see any profit out of it at all.
Walk for hours knocking on doors. Although then, I think they've done away with, well, I say that done away with it, people still do it. I know that they actually brought in legislation against cold calling, but it still goes on a lot.
Oh yeah, especially with Safe Style.
Yeah.
I could get a job tomorrow doing that. But I wouldn't do it for love nor money.
The problem is it doesn't cover your bills. That's the problem with it.
I used to get £200 a week until the company stopped the bonus scheme of it. That's when I left. I thought, sod that. As soon as that stopped. But this is where this country's going, you know, the workforce is basically imported, basically, the way I see it. You know, you have these employers that are saying, you know, we haven't got the workforce to work the fields. No, it's because you can't be asked to put money in to get people to work them fields. Shouldn't get the immigrants to do it. You know, I know, especially where I used to come from, there used to be loads of British people that used to work the fields. And so when they say, "Oh, we can't get anyone to work the fields," it's just total rubbish.
Problem with it is when it comes to the farming, a lot of the produce is now imported. Like, well, the EU has caused a lot of this. Like, they've basically destroyed our industries when it comes to farming, fisheries, and stuff like that. Like, a lot of the produce years ago was actually made in this country, and over the years of membership of the EU, they've slowly but surely moved all the main agricultural stuff and fisheries and all that abroad. Like, so we have to technically buy our own fish back. What would have been fish from our waters, now we have to buy it back from overseas.
I know, innit?
Literally, we're paying for our idols for things that we could technically have without half the hassle.
It's like when people go over to France for French cuisine. Makes me laugh every time because it comes from us. There is literally no difference between French cuisine, i.e. seafood, and our seafood.
Well, it will be the way that they prepare it.
Yeah.
That's the only real difference, and technically you can do that yourself.
But the langoustines, they come from Scotland. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
And the mussels, they come from Scotland. Because you have to live in fresh water, and up in Scotland, they've got the freshest water up there. And they harvest them. So, technically, they're robbing us to basically say it's French cuisine. So people are going over there having French cuisine, and the businesses over there are benefiting from robbing our own pockets, basically. And it's absolute shameful why our fishery is catching it and their boats are catching it. We're catching twice as much as we can catch, and we're not getting the right price for what it's worth. It's crazy. You got fishing communities that are literally dying, and them abroad don't care. That's the crazy thing about it.
Oh, sorry, guys, I'm back. Everybody's gone to sleep, are they, Fred?
Yeah, I know. But I think we should have a armed force in our channel. If making pay for coming in.
Well, exactly. I mean, why ain't, you know, at the moment now, anybody can come across the water and just in dinghies and boats and just put them on the beach and just walk up the beach and piss off anywhere in the country they want to go. I mean, we always had the Navy and that patrolling. I don't know what's gone on with you. It's got to be being done by design. That's all I can say. Otherwise, why would you allow that stuff to happen and just let, you know? I mean, if we went round, if we got somebody to give us a lift, you know, and got out a couple of miles in the sea in a dinghy and rowed into Russia or somewhere, I guarantee you we wouldn't be getting off the all Australia, what you've mentioned. If we was on the and rowed into Australia, we wouldn't get off the beach.
Nope. And with Russia, even our armed force struggles to get into the waters.
Yeah, exactly. It's disgusting. But anybody else can. You know, anybody's welcome here.
I know, it's just crazy. Absolute crazy. And I hear, you know, the reports on the news like everyone does about, you know, our economic affairs. And I just think you're bullshitting everyone.
Yeah.
Because it can't be true.
No.
You know, unemployment's fell and all that lot, and we've stabilised our economy. It's like, no, we haven't. You're lying.
It's all done like now. They put people onto courses. When on the dole, they put people on different courses, and while you're on that courses, you're classed as, you know, you're out and about doing things. So for the 3 or 4 weeks, then people come off the stats.
Yeah.
And that's when they do the stats, when all these courses are running, and then it looks like there's 3,000 or 4,000 down on the stats, but you ain't really. They're all on courses.
Yeah. Or on the sick.
Yeah.
You know, the people that can't work.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But you know, people have got to start waking up to what's going on in the country, and you know, people knock us, but we're only trying to give people lawful solutions that what you can do. It's up to you if they do it. It's up to them if they do it.
Yeah.
But what's happening is you're getting people moaning on the keyboard, or when you're doing the live moaning. So all we do is just say, well, there are things you can do. It's up to you if you do it.
That's
But there
true.
are things that can be done. You know, we don't tell people, well, you've got to get into lawful rebellion. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. No, we don't. We say, if you want to do things, there is something you can do. You can do this. You can do that. You can do that. But it's up to them if they want to do it. If they want to just stay on the keyboard and carry on whinging, that's up to them. But they ain't never going to get anything done.
No. You know, I've had many people come to me about common law and all this. I'm like,
Yeah.
if it works for you, cracking. You know, but I've seen it in the stuff that I've seen. Some of it's good, then some bits not so good.
It's all good. It's all good. But what happens is you get people like lawful dissent come along, and they're saying they're in Article 61 and this, that, and the other, but they're misusing it. And what they're doing is lawful dissent is an opinion. It's not, doesn't give you the lawful reason to act. It's just an opinion. You're acting on an opinion. That's what lawful dissent is. And that's, a lot of people followed that and said, it don't work, it don't work. No, it doesn't work because you're not using it correctly.
You have a right.
Yeah, that's what people are doing. They're trying to make out they're using common law, but they're using it the wrong way. And then it looks like, oh, well, this shit don't work because of this. No, that's because they've gone and used it in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like everything else, mate.
Yeah, right about
You're
that.
going to sleep, Nathan.
I think everyone's gone to sleep.
I think he's either gone to sleep. He's still there, Knife. I think they've all gone, mate.
Hello.
I'm still there.
Well,
just
they're all
listening.
here, but they're all... I was doing stuff, but then when I was seeing you talking and you weren't getting... Now he was talking to you, I thought, I'll leave this for 10 minutes and go and have a speak to Fred. Because I've done it myself. I was doing stuff, but listening in the background to what was going on.
So I am here, it's just I really ain't well. So I'll be sort of sorry for my absence.
No, don't worry, Knife. Just wondered whether he was still there or not. But, you know, I was just saying to him, they're using it the wrong way, Nathan.
This is the thing as well with this. A lot of people, I think, have trouble with the interpretation of law. There is procedures to go by. It is due process. It has to be implied. This is why we keep saying about civil unrest. You can't just jump to civil unrest. There's a lot of things we can do to make the government toe the line before we get to that point. We need to do these things and make sure the boxes are all ticked before we'd even go anywhere near that anyway. Otherwise, it would be completely unlawful and completely illegal anyway.
And this is what we're trying to get through to people. But like I said to Fred, you've got people come along then like with lawful dissent and they're using common law with lawful dissent, which is just an opinion.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the group, but dissent basically does mean opinion. Yes, it is an opinion.
I think that's the most thing that I've heard with common law. Is people take common law in various different ways to whoever you speak to, and I think that's.
But what we've always done is we've done it to the letter of common law. We don't put our own spin on it. What we do is what it is in its raw, in its raw elements. We use it as it says on the tin, if you like. Yeah. We don't alter it in any way. We use the law as it was used all them years ago. We use it to the letter of that law, and we don't stray off it.
We use the law for the purpose it was intended, and nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah. And that's why when we went into the Fabian Society and we did all that in front of all the TV cameras, etc., not one of us got arrested because we did it the right way. We ticked all the boxes and we did everything correctly. We didn't go in there with our own spin on it. We did it the way the law said, to the book, to the letter. That's why we had no comebacks on that action whatsoever.
And we are the only people, including QCs and solicitors and MPs and that lot, that have actually managed to get Sadiq Khan investigated. Everyone else has failed. We managed to do that.
Well, he definitely needs to investigate, he does. How can he create a in-situ war, basically? You know.
But do you know, Frederick, there's still, that investigation is still ongoing. You've got till 13th of January next year. Then obviously 3 years is up. But it's still an open investigation now, and all that needs is public backing. The paperwork's still in there, but when we phone up to find out how it's going, they'll say, not enough people have inquired, it's not in the public interest. That's the only thing that's stopping that going anywhere. Now, that ain't down to us, we've done our bit.
Yeah.
It's down to the public to get behind it, write or email into Islington Police Station and saying, the Dragons went in on the 13th of January 2018 and citizens arrested Sadiq Khan, Keir Starmer, Kate Green, and I can't remember his first name, but Harrop. There was five altogether we actually put on notice. So all 5 of them should be being investigated. But without the backing of the people, it won't get done.
I know that's always the hardest part, getting the backing of the people, you know, because there is a lot of people that are just happy to sit in their cave, and you get a lot of that.
Yeah, or they're frightened that if they send an email, they'll trace I've sent it and I could be in trouble. No, you can't. All you're doing is invoking your right to free speech to say, I agree with these people, I think it should be investigated.
Exactly.
Can't touch you for that.
And this is what people need to realise. We can use the system to benefit ourselves, and this is what we can't. We use the system itself to benefit ourselves. It just takes the people, as I keep saying, the people have got to try and understand the power lies with you. It is the community that is constitutionally and lawfully, it's your duty to uphold the law in your community. So if we do not uphold these laws, we've only got ourselves to blame. The power lies with you.
And it always will.
Yeah. And that's what we're saying is, you know, people want, like now, how many people moan about Khan on a daily basis, Frederick?
Oh, God.
How many? Yeah, all they've got to do is write an email to Islington Police Station and say you want him investigated for the actions that the Dragons did in January 2018, and it all adds to the power to get that man investigated. They'll all sit and moan every day on the computer about him, but nobody will actually write that email, which could make the difference.
There must be at least 10,000 that moaned about Khan. At least 10,000, at least.
Have we got?
But how many of them 10,000? Evening, Sue. Susie, I mean, sorry, darling. But how many of them 10,000 have actually, if you asked them, would tell the truth? If you said, did you write an email, and how many would actually say yes? Not many.
Gary, have you got the case number to give people?
AJ put it up the other day. AJ's got it. And I think Rick's got it now.
We need to give that to
I've got
people.
it somewhere.
Right.
I've got it somewhere.
Because Danny's got the video to put up. It would help if we also put in the chat room the case number.
We also have
What
a
we should be doing.
2 seconds ago, we also have a letter as well, which I'm not going to do right now, but I'll try and get to Rick or AJ. They can attach it later on to this video.
But what I'll do,
that'd be brilliant.
What I'll do, I'll find out the number, I'll send it to Danny, and then maybe like he does when we're on, phone in the number, going across the screen all the while it's playing. Maybe Danny can put the crime number across the bottom of the screen all the while it's playing.
That'd be brilliant, Gary. Yeah.
Is it being shared across like Facebook, Twitter, and all that? Has it?
Yeah, he went viral. I mean, when we did that, we went the cut. on the day it went out, they cut BBC, ITV, Sky. They all cut whatever they was doing and come into that building, and we went viral around the world as it happened.
Some of the reporters wrongly said that that the Fabians had actually called the police, Fabians, but it wasn't. It was us.
Yeah, we called the police, not the Fabian Society. Because I mean, as soon as I finished reading the charges out, you heard David Russell say, "Don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. We've called the police. They're on the way. We've called the police."
And they accepted the charges as well. They accepted the charges as being correct.
Yeah, it's all on the video anyway. People will see. But and all it needs is public backing. If we get the public backing,
we need to play the video on here. We need to play the video on here so people know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I ain't.
Danny, can you play it now?
I think,
please?
Before we go any further, I think we should watch the video and then people know what we're talking about, and then it'll be easier.
Power to remain in office a further 3 years without re-election. Yeah.
Investigate the financial involvement.
Just share the link around Facebook again, because if it was in 2018, a lot of stuff went off in 2018, and it's now 2 years on.
Yeah,
people could have.
Well, what it was, Fred, we was just. I think we was 12 months too early. If we'd have gone last year, I think we'd have had a much. But what it was just timing really that was out on that.
Yeah, probably.
Nothing else. Just the timing really.
If we're all going to talk over the video, then people won't hear the dialogue and what's going on, what's being said.
Which would have been a glorious and Christian thing to have done. What do I find? Anarchy.
So, you know.
Corruption. Division.
There seems to be an argument going on in the chat. Wake up. So I don't know why they're all on here saying, wake up, wake up. I haven't mentioned them once tonight till just.
The enemies of this
they're all in
there
saying we're talking about them for because we're not.
Under your
Gary's still coming over live on the video, mate.
No?
You were from the beginning.
He's still coming live over the video, mate.
Not truly representative
of
the
people. It's still live, that's what I'm saying. But the trolling there now, the way they were talking in there, you think we was talking about them and we've not mentioned them.
No, I'm saying, but when like goes flicks to the bits where we're in the Fabian building, sorry, the both building, if we're talking, people won't hear what's being said, so they won't hear the fact that we're putting the police first. So I'm just putting that out, not.
Of his worthless and dishonourable life.
He ain't played it yet, has he?
Gentlemen, an immovable parliament is more obnoxious than an immovable king.
He hasn't put it up yet, to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he plays it, I'll shut up so they can listen to it. But
villains, whoremasters.
Are you there, Danny?
Godless, self-seeking, ambitious tricksters.
Yeah, sorry, it's playing right now.
You are no more
I know one's watching it. I'm watching it.
Well, the only one we're watching is, well, I can see on my screen, Danny's Oliver Cromwell.
You are scum, sir. And not truly elected scum of that.
That's the start of it, I think.
Parliament. I shall put an end to your sitting. I hereby declare this Parliament.
Is he?
They travel?
Dissolved.
Hey, you mean you're extremely jealous because you wish you were there, but instead you're in Watford watching Gareth?
What that was?
So I've shifted to the beginning.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll shut up now while this plays. I know I'm chatting about so people can hear what's going on.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll shut up now while this plays. I know I'm chatting about so people can hear what's going on.
Andrew Hannah. Sorry, we stand under common law jurisdiction. If you touch us, you will be done for common assault. Please stand back. Please stand back. Do not touch us. Do not touch us. Thank you. Do not touch us. Sorry, do not touch us. Common law, if you done for common assault, you will be done for common assault. Stand back. The police have been called on their way, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Please don't panic, anybody. Fabian society subverting our English constitution. Ladies and gentlemen. There is no discussion.
I can assure you nobody is leaving.
Khan needs to clean up London and forget about state affairs. That's what that man must do.
Just get your thoughts on the fact that President Trump has said that he's not going to be coming to the United Kingdom to open the US embassy.
Yes, well, I don't blame him. You have a situation whereby Sadiq Khan, as the Mayor of London, has really been tug-thumping, trying to get President Trump not to attend. Said multiple times he's not welcome in the capital, really fomenting a situation where you might have some riots or street protests if the President came to open that embassy.
The Act 1973 got rid of our sovereignty and it was hidden for 30 years. It's fact. This is actually fact.
Factual.
Read this document. If you read the Act 1973, it got rid of your sovereignty without your knowledge. Do any of you actually know what constitution is?
Such a problem in this crisis because member states are reluctant to transfer new sovereignty and powers to the European Union.
From ITV News, this is your chance. Tell us why you're doing this.
Why are we doing this? Because Sadiq Khan doesn't speak for everybody. Sadiq Khan has subverted our constitution.
Why are you disrupting a democratic event? Why would you do that?
Do you know who the Fabian Society are?
Can you please leave
You
it
do?
Yeah.
So do you know what they stand for?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know what their coat of arms is?
Let me ask you, what do you object to here?
What do I object to? The Fabian Society as a general. They subverted every part of our constitution. They've subverted our education system, our political system. They've subverted every part of what goes on. You're wondering why the country's in such a mess. It's because of people like this. It's the Fabian Society at the root of all of this.
Lawful rebellion is under common law. You can't affect the law.
Please leave, it's not helping doing.
There's your charges. Nobody's born above the law. We're all born equal under the law. Okay, so the complaint's been made. Surely it must be investigated.
Yes, it will be investigated, but not at this present moment in time.
So you're not going to...
We are going to investigate, but we have to investigate to get the grounds for the arrest as well.
Well, the grounds for the arrest are all there.
They banned it in Parliament and Brussels too. And even in the schools, the teachers are told you can't teach the young children of the England of old. Writers like Shakespeare, Milton and Shaw, they don't learn of these heroes in our schools anymore. Or Agincourt, Trafalgar, Arnhem and the Somme.
You've got your press coverage.
It weren't really about the press coverage.
Well,
it's meetings like this. It's meetings like this that have got to be stopped, especially when people like that are heading it up.
Well, that's fine.
He doesn't speak for London. That man doesn't speak for
he's the
every
mayor.
London.
He's been duly elected.
He might well be. Well,
So-
has he been duly elected? Nobody knows. Too late, really.
No. We don't do citizens' arrests. We do lawful arrests.
Boom. Boom. And there you go. Will they arrest Mr. Khan? Who knows? Let's have a word with the inspector now and see what he makes of our piece of paper.
What was your name, sorry?
Dave. Russell. Well, I want the refund, yeah.
White Pendragon.
Just the Pendragons. England take back control.
Why did you want to come here today?
Well, because we believe the Fabian Society to be a danger to our political system. It's also a danger to our educational system. It's a danger to what we believe to be the normal running of this country. The Fabian Society have entrenched themselves and on all of our political systems, through our education systems. The Fabian Society are not what they... You know, the coat of arms in the Fabian Society is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That should tell you everything you need to know about the Fabian Society. I want to speak to the inspector, please, if that's all right. Where is he? I want to get this sorted out because that man, a complaint's been made, he needs to be arrested and it needs to be investigated.
By law, they have to.
OK, we're all born equal under the law. Just because he's the Mayor of London doesn't make him above the law in any which way, shape or form.
Any allegation of wrongdoing by law, as you
That's
quite
right.
rightly
That's
were.
right.
Now, you've quite rightly quoted some very old acts here, which are still current.
Yes, they are. That's
All
right.
So these will be duly investigated by the appropriate authorities within the Metropolitan Police Service.
the carpet?
I doubt it.
I don't think
no,
so,
they
do
will.
you?
They will investigate. Okay, because these, let's face it, they need a bit of reading up on this.
Yes,
'Cause
exactly.
it's not exactly law
No, that's
from
right.
yesterday.
That's right.
So it needs, yeah, exactly. So
the English Constitution and our sovereign rights.
exactly. Right.
This is what they've been doing.
Okay.
Hiding.
So are you guys happy now that you've made your point to Mr. Sadiq?
I think
Mr.
so.
Khan, the Mayor?
Well, we'll see what goes on there then, shall we? Point proven, point made, I do believe. On certain aspects of what was going on inside there. We were on Sky News or something, I don't know at the moment, but a point made. The Fabian Society now are going to be all over the news and people are going to find out who these people are. It's only the diehard Labour supporters at the moment that know who these people are. We know who they are, and we know what they stand for. And they must, my friends, be stopped and taken down. Sadiq Khan used to be the chair of the Fabian Society. Look what's happening in London at the moment. He should literally keep his nose out of state affairs and look after what goes on in London. That's what he should be doing. And as a Fabian, he doesn't want to do that. And you wonder why the country is in the state it's in.
By the way, I think the President's wrong when he says that the embassy in South London is a bad deal. I think firstly, it wasn't Obama who approved that embassy. It was George W. Bush who approved that embassy. Secondly, it didn't cost the American taxpayer anything because they actually sold off a bunch of buildings to pay for it. So I think he is wrong on that. I think he should have come out and told the honest truth, which is that he doesn't particularly want to visit Sadiq Khan's London, which is the acid attack capital of the world per capita, where you have in the last year soaring knife crime, soaring burglary, soaring rape, soaring youth homicide. And Sadiq Khan seems to be concerning himself more with matters of state, which he isn't elected to do, than actually solving the situation of crime in London. And it is soaring. And I have to say this, and you'll excuse me for being churlish about it, but places like Sky News and the BBC and all the best and brightest journalists in the country are not covering this.
What do you mean?
Well,
every single day we are covering stories about whether it's knife crimes or attacks, where they happen up and down the country. What proof do you have?
So Gamal, well, the proof is, can you answer me? What's the at what rate did knife crime go up by in London last year?
I'm asking you. I'm interviewing you. What proof
I know.
do you have?
Well, I know. It's not great with the shoes on the other foot. Do you know how much youth homicide went up by in London last year? Have you told your viewers that? 70%. Have you looked at the mayoral's police and crime report from December the 12th? You look at that, almost every single measure out of 42, only 4 of them in 4 categories did crime go down. In every single other area, double-digit rises in crime across London. So you know what? To borrow a phrase from Donald Trump, London's turning into a shithole under Sadiq Khan.
Quick interview on Sky. It's not just being recorded because our camera's inside there filming Sadiq Khan. Is that live? It's not live, no. It's basic. Tell me, Dave, what brought you here today? What was your message today?
Our message today was to let these MPs know that they have broken their oaths of office. And if you break your oaths of office, it's what's known as to be a very heinous crime. These people must realise that they are employed by us. They must do as we say. We, the people, are sovereign, not Parliament, as they will have you believe.
What exactly are you unhappy about, especially with Sadiq Khan?
Sadiq Khan sharing platforms with terrorist organisations, for starters, subverting our constitution, even just being a member of our Fabian Society. And when you look at the crime rates in London soaring at the moment...
You sit there in your shirt and tie, boldly dictating. A crooked smile while you fed us lies. You didn't trust your own persuading. You sought to slay and to keep at bay the few good men that warned. dawn is nigh, look to the sky, beware of an England scorned. Father, I, the riddle I die, father, riddle I. You were bought with coin and you played your part and you'll live to rue the day. You smite the ways of our hallowed land and ignore the plight of our people, while you grease the stranger's outstretched hand and shout that all are equal. There'll be bitter cries for your deeds and lies when Wirral sounds the horn. And the Norns will glide through English sky and you'll reap an England scorned.
What is the mayor doing about that? He's doing nothing about that. He's closing police stations. He's cutting the police force. He's actually, you know, up until just recently, stopped the stop and search.
But you haven't been out. Have you been to meet any of the bereaved families?
I've spoken to a number of people over the last few
Have you spoken
days.
to the bereaved families?
No, I haven't spoken to the bereaved families, but I've got a deputy mayor and a commissioner on the Met
But
Police
you're the
Service.
mayor. The buck stops with you. So you haven't met the bereaved families. You haven't made any public appearances on television or on a broadcast. You haven't done any walkabouts. You haven't been to the scene of any of the murders. I mean, Ian Duncan Smith, and I know he's a Tory, and I know their local elections and things are sensitive, but he's saying you're missing in action. Doesn't he have a point?
Well, I've been on a number of knife sweeps. I've met a number of families. I've been to funerals.
But you haven't
before,
met the victim
I've been to
before, but not now.
utilities.
The problem's now, Mr. Mayor.
I mean, look, I'm here talking to you.
One of the points that, you know, main roles of the mayor is to be a leader, is to be seen, is to be out there front and centre when this city is in a really difficult spot and fronting up to the scourge of knife crime and gang violence. And many of our listeners on LBC will be wondering where you've been. I mean, we've been trying to find you for the past 3 days, and now we're on Thursday lunchtime. You could have been out on Wednesday lunchtime. You could have been out on Tuesday lunchtime. Indeed, you could have been out over the bank holiday weekend, but you haven't been.
Well, to be fair, the deputy mayor's done a brilliant job.
But you're the mayor.
And I'm
She's
here.
not. The buck doesn't stop with Sophie Linden. It stops with you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'm here.
Now, Thursday lunchtime.
Well, hold on a sec. I mean, I'm here to talk to you as you'd expect me to do. So what I'm not going to do is do 24 interviews 7 days a week. And
last week, it's 12 dead, 12 people, 12 bereaved families, 12 people dead on the streets of London, and you have not made one public appearance.
Well, here I am, and I use a number of ways
Except
to...
you're too late.
You know, I mean, what is this man playing at? Should he be our Mayor of London? Really?
No, he shouldn't.
Your thoughts on him sort of getting involved with commenting on Trump?
He's got no right. He's got no right at all. He does not represent the people of this country or the people of this city. That's that. You know, he might think he does, but he certainly doesn't. And this is where the power goes to their heads a little bit. They forget about their oaths and go willy-nilly off into this political world doing exactly as they please. And that is not acceptable. Not to us, not to any of us.
Now it's time for the whole country to stand up and say Brexit, take back control of our laws, because we're sovereign, and Parliament handed our sovereignty over to a foreign entity, which is again
common law was
law.
stopped in this country in the bath with judges, barristers in the 50s. So the law that protects the common people was taken away. We don't have judges and barristers who know about our common law rights. It was removed from the school in the 70s. Okay, we are no longer teaching our people their own rights.
Why does Sadiq Khan?
See, our Magna Carta clearly states in Law 63 that wherefore it is our will, we firmly enjoin that the English Church be free, that the men in our kingdom have and hold all the aforesaid liberties, rights and concessions for themselves, their heirs and our heirs forever. An oath moreover has been taken, as well on our part as on the part of the barons, that all these conditions be held in good faith and without evil intent, under our hand in the meadow which is called Runnymede, between Windsor and Staines, on the 15th day of June in the 17th year of our reign.
One clause that people always forget is clause 61, and it's from this that we take the very vivid principle that nobody is above the law.
I will give this nation back its self-respect. We will walk this world with our heads held high. I will liberate man's soul from the darkness of ignorance. I will build schools and universities for all. This will become the golden age of learning. I will bring the law within the reach of every common man. There'll be work and bread for all. This nation will prosper because it is a godly nation and because we walk hand in hand with the Lord.
As is a nation, it's one nation of old. A land built by heroes, their stories we've been told. Built upon a history of toil, sweat and tears. A Christian land of over 1,000 years. But listen to me people, these words you can't ignore. Today England needs her sons and her daughters like never before. Feel the pride, hear the call, from Land's End to Adrian's Wall. This is England, the land of St. George. This is the land of the free, where the white cliffs meet the sea. 1,000 years of kings and queens, Oxford and Cambridge English law, Charles Dickens and Bobby Moore, Drake and Nelson sailing the 7 seas. But listen to me people, these words you can't ignore. Today England needs her sons and her daughters like never before. Feel the pride, hear the call, from Land's End to Adrian's Wall. This is England, the land of St. George. The Downs and the Yorkshire Dales, the New Forest and the Lakeland Fells, and there I hear Wainwright calling me. Now every Englishman he knows the greatest beauty be an English rose, and within this land my spirit will ever be. But listen to me people, these words you can't ignore. Today England needs her sons and her daughters like never before. Feel the pride, hear the call, from Land's End to Adrian's Wall. This is England, the land of St. George. England, oh England, every woman, every man. What became of Jerusalem in this green and pleasant land?
Oh, I think it's all back on now. Don't know what the fuck happened there. I got kicked out by the looks of it, sadly.
Yeah.
Don't know what the fuck happened there. I got kicked out by.
Yes, I found the what's it done? Are you there?
Yep.
Right. I can actually read the charges I've got them here, but they're a bit long-winded.
Read them out.
2 seconds. 2 seconds, and I'll do it. Just got to find the beginning. The White Pendragons Constitutional Awareness Group, on this day, the 13th of January 2018, delivered to you a notice of intention requesting your assistance under common law number GK 121-272-347-KGB on the 20th of January 2018. We, the White Pendragons, having on the 13th of January attended the Fabian Society conference held at the Quaker House, 173177 Euston Road, London, where we proceeded to recite under Section 24A of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984, those being named Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, Sakir Starmer, MP, Shadow Secretary of State for the Exciting of the EU, Kate Green, MP, Chair of the Fabian Society, Andrew Harrop, General Secretary of the Fabian Society, and Olivia Bailey, Deputy General of the Fabian Society. Those named had been placed on citizen's arrest and documented, has been sent to you, and no reply has been sent as yet. As to no follow-up has been stated or investigated, I request information regarding the notice that why no investigation has been forthcoming. For your information, we have set down below those allegations yet again. Conspiracy. Members or associated may also knowingly otherwise be partly of that conspired by A, subverting the English Constitution, the written Constitution, B, subverting the oath system by willful disregard, C, purge of oath taken to protect the subject's civil rights, contrary to common law, ancient laws and customs, conspiring to breach our Constitution, oaths of allegiances to the realm and our nation state. D, conspired to others to disarm the population and render them defenceless against tyranny and repression. E, created and enacted legislation that has caused loss of liberty, chattels and fines and fortitude without due process, jury of peers, contrary to our laws, customs, including but not limited to the Magna Carta 1215 and the Bill of Rights 1889. F, made reference to Parliament being sovereign, having no limitations of power. G, conspired to unlawfully, wrongfully and willfully advise the current monarch to breach the coronation oath of 1688, inclusive of ascension. H, conspired with corporations, wealthy industrialists and bankers, including alien governments and citizens, to enslave the subjects of England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on, guys, the amount of charges that we put in to these people. But it's down to you guys now. It is still an ongoing investigation. And what I will do, Dan, I will send you the copy of that, the number. So when you play the video, you can actually put the number going across the screen while it's playing. This is, you know, this is the reference number, ladies and gentlemen, blah, blah, blah. Well, I can send you the thing with the charges on if you want, but it's just...
If you send it, what I'll do is I'll split this live stream up to Nathan and Flo at the beginning, and then the other half will be this lot, and I can put the number in this lot where they play the video.
Yeah.
Do all that there for you then, easy.
Where do you want me to send it on?
Just Facebook
WhatsApp,
or whatever. Yeah, WhatsApp, whatever, mate. Either way.
Yeah, I'll send you it on WhatsApp now, mate. And then at least you got the number. But the charges, I've only read a few out there. There's loads and loads of charges. But like he said, they're all old, you know, from the Magna Carta and that, but they're all still in force. He's told you that. So people want to stop listening to the bullshit when they say there's only 3 parts of the Magna Carta left. There's not. They'll have you to believe that, but it's not true. It's all still in force, every single bit of it. And that proves it. Do you know what I mean?
I'll be honest, I like what Flo was saying. I think we need to get behind them. There's some judges and some barristers didn't know what to do in this. And I didn't know about that until he brought that up, you know. 57 barristers or something, or judges are doing this, or trying to do this. Trying to bring the Magna Carta and that back into like law, into rule, so we don't ignore it. I think we should find out who they are and get behind them.
But I mean, there again, Nathan's hit the nail on the head there again. I mean, if they want to bring it in, use it against them. Tell them that the Magna Carta is supreme. Without of the EU, now English law should prevail, and that is English law. It can never be repealed, and it can never be subverted, or, you know, it's there for perpetuity. And they should just argue on them facts. And the judges, if they're on their oaths, they can't argue with it, mate. That's a simple way to get it back. But what they do, they try and do it legally.
I wouldn't have a clue, Gary, because honestly, you and Nathan, right, know a lot more about this than I'll ever know about it. So I wouldn't know.
But what they're doing, mate, they're doing it through their system. They're fighting it through their system, which is the legalese system, which costs money. And of course, it's a big payday for everybody. That's why it's being done this way. But the simple way would be put them on the oaths, put the judges on the oaths, make them come back under the oaths and reinstate the law of this land, not EU law.
So I remember watching it, is it Robert Sinclair, I think his name was, years ago, doing all this. And there was a UKIP politician as well. A UKIP guy did it as well. I forgot his name now. And they were all in on it. And they went and tried and did it. And they arrested the judge and that, but it just all kicked off in the court. I remember watching it live. It's about 10 years ago, I think. But watching it all.
You'll see many people. Yeah. But you'll see many people. You don't get any joy because the minute you put the judge on his oath, ask him what oath is there. Is he there on his, you know, oath to the people, or is there in his corporate commerce capacity? He'll get up and do one. It's happened many times. And then what happens? You got the people who've gone there to be, you know, castrated, whatever it is, and ostracised and that, and cast out, and you'll pay this, you'll pay that. They're often sitting at the front of the court thinking, what just gone on here? The judge is pissed off, I'm sitting here, and then they're just told to leave.
If I can get any of these out of these 57, I think, was it Flo said barristers? I'm not quite sure. He said QCs or something, didn't he? If I can get one of them to chat to you guys, are you interested in chatting with them? To see where we'll
chat with them, yeah. We'll chat with them, yeah.
I'll get that organised.
Not a problem. Because it's just, what you've got to do, you see, when you go in a court, you've got to gain jurisdiction. If you let them gain jurisdiction, then you'll be fighting it under their rules. That's the way the courts work. But if you can go in and put the judge on his oath of office rather than his oath of commerce and, you know, his corporate oath, which he's got towards the elites, if you can get him on his oath of office, which is for us, it'll be a different outcome every time. But majority of the time, the minute he walks in and says all rise and everybody stands up, you've given your jurisdiction to their way of doing this, if you know what I mean. You've agreed.
You're playing their system, so therefore you give them consent and you understand it. I know that. I know what you mean by legalese terminology.
So you don't.
That's what I'm saying. So, and that's what happens time and time again. The worst thing you can do when they say all rise is all rise, because the minute you stand up and everybody rises, you've lost your jurisdiction. You're going to be tried their way.
But wouldn't that be attempt of court? Because you can use that against you, couldn't you?
No. Because
I always thought. Go on, sorry, Fred. Go on.
I thought if you didn't rise, then you're breaking the court, basically, and you could be done for court.
No, you can't, because this is where people are frightened, because you're there. Common law is the law of this land, so you should recognise common law above any other law in this land. So the minute you stand up when he says all rise, you are saying that his law trumps common law, and that's where people are going wrong. It doesn't. Common law is above anything. Just people are too scared to make a stand and do anything about it. You watch the videos, any video on YouTube where they've gone in and asked the judge, what alpha you want today? The judge will get up and run off, because he don't want to try that under common law, because he knows the chances are he's going to be siding with, he'll be siding with he won't be siding with the people who are bringing the case. He'll be siding with the accused on 99% of the time.
So what you're saying is you don't have to rise, and there is no criminal or any way that they can make you.
They'll try and frighten you to death. They'll try all them tricks you've just said. If you don't rise, you'll be held in contempt. The judge will go out, come back in, all rise, same again. Well, you'll never be held in contempt. Go on, carry on. Who's that? Go on, speak.
Gary, Susie, the person who is so-called the accused has actually got to know common law.
Yeah.
When he goes into that court, he's got to know enough about common law. He can't just go in and say, oh, I'm not going to rise and that.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, but
he's got to go prepared.
If somebody is going to go to court and they contact us, we help them and we tell them how to go about it and how to do these things.
Sorry to jump in. You're exactly right there, Susie. Can I just double up on that? And this is what many people think. You can't just shout common law and expect the system to uphold your rights. You need to, you need to learn your inalienable rights, your common law rights, constitutional rights, and you need to know these things before you enter the court and try and do any of this, before you even attempt it. Otherwise, because the case of the matter is, if you don't know your rights, you have no rights.
Yeah,
and this is what happens to many people when they walk into a court.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan.
What I'm saying now, Nathan, but the thing I'm trying to say though, Nathan, is you have got the right. You've just got to learn it, because once you learn it, you've got that much power you would not believe. You haven't got to just stand up because the judge asks you to. But like you've said, and it is true, you can't just go in and say, well, under common law, I haven't got to stand up. You've got to know what you're talking about. But this is where, if you really want to get into common law and learn it, and you learn it properly, you'll know all this stuff yourself.
And the clerk to the court is the one that advises the judge.
Yes.
So the clerk of the court, if you know your onions, if you know your common law, when you go into the court, the clerk of the court is going to advise, going to advise them that you know what you're talking about. Well, they haven't got a chance.
Yeah. You're exactly right there, Susie. The clerk of the court, the judge, and indeed, actually, believe it or not, the prosecution barrister or solicitor can be asked at any point to clarify. I would say that the best way to ask is to clarify a point of law. But you can use anybody that's nice. But the clerk of the court is there indeed, especially in a magistrate's case. The clerk of the court is the highest. They're higher than the magistrate. They're there to give the magistrate legal and lawful advice, because they're the only ones that are trained.
Yeah. But most of the time when you go in a court, if you know what you're talking about, you can get jurisdiction. That's the main thing. And you know that, Nathan. Jurisdiction is the main thing. If you're going to fight it under their jurisdiction, If you're going to fight it under their jurisdiction, you've lost.
Yeah, jurisdiction is the killer.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's hard to gain. It's hard to keep. This is why it's played in a court. It is a game. The whole point is to gain jurisdiction.
That's the thing. Knowledge is power when you go into these courts, and anyone will tell you that.
Yeah.
It's either you know common law, or you think you do, and you really don't. And that's what they play on. People that know common law, we're frightened of. But people that think they know common law, they total sent to the fire, basically.
But that's why when we go into court, we do know. And, you know, Nathan went to court recently with Davey. And believe it or not, he held the court from the public gallery.
Is common law just for England, or is it for, like, Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland?
They all have common law, but the jurisdictions are different.
It's Commonwealth countries.
Exactly. All Commonwealth countries have common law. For instance, when you're talking difference in law between Scotland and England, it's just jurisdiction.
Yeah,
because that's what you know. You hear people down in England talk about common law. You hear about Scotland talking about common law, and I'm thinking, well, who do I trust? You know, who do I believe? Because
a barrister.
There is difference between the two countries.
Yeah, there is different laws in Scotland, England, Wales. England and Wales got different laws than Scotland, but they're not. You know, they're very similar. Like, there ain't that many difference, but it's like trespassing laws are different and things like that sort of stuff. Not major laws. Let's put it that way.
Basically, yeah, it is the only difference. Really, I would say is to sort of trying to say it in layman's terms is a kind of a local-based case law.
Yeah, and there's I'll tell you what. One thing, Frederick, none of them are on your side because they all work for the bar. That's the prosecution, the judge, and the defence. They all work for the same bar, same exams. They're all in it together, and 99 times out of 100, they'll discuss your case without you being there, and they've decided what they're going to give you before you even go in.
And this is why you've absolutely got to know your common law. You've got to know it inside out to be able to walk in that courtroom and hold that court.
Yeah. I mean, Tracy Blackwell will tell you, we taught Tracy Blackwell common law, and she held the Court of Justice, Royal Court of Justice, up for 2.5 hours. So it does work.
I've got an interesting one. If Scotland gained its independence, what would happen to the Queen as Scotland would break away from the United Kingdom? So
where
would that be Queen?
Unless they wanted the Queen to remain as a figurehead, the Queen would then no longer have any ruling jurisdiction over Scotland. But the problem is this with this, and this is what I say to everybody that sort of says about Scottish independence, because most of them vote for the SNP and that lot. What's the point in gaining independence just to basically give it back to the EU?
That's true.
You wouldn't have independence. You'd be giving it straight to the EU.
Believe it or not, I think that's a tactical vote. I think they voted for the SNP for, as you call it, independence, knowing that that's what SNP stood for. But I think that was the only reason to get seats into Parliament. I think when it comes down to the vote of pulling out of Europe or joining Europe, I don't think I'll go for that at all. I really don't.
The GPD would not meet the requirements anyway unless the EU are going to drop their standards somewhat.
Yeah,
and
I can never see it getting independent.
Scotland would have to pay off the debt to us before that would happen anyway, because it's already an open contract.
I don't think it'll ever happen because the Queen is like she rules over the monarch. Is still ruled. The country is still run by the monarch. I think we all know that, and I think the Queen will not give up Scotland. No matter how much you think or how much they vote, there's no way she can let it happen. Not a chance. Not a chance. That's my personal opinion on it, like.
But there's always catching.
Stranger things have happened now, Dan.
Yeah.
Never say never. I don't think it'll happen because, like Nathan just said, they're just going to be jumping out the frying pan into the fire, really, if they did that.
Well, there is a clause in the last referendum saying if they left the European Union, which they have now, which would trigger another referendum. But it's on the other hand, it did say once in a lifetime as well. So they could have another referendum. But I agree that because they said to remain with the United Kingdom and it did say it's a generation, I think they should at least have a generation before they have another one.
Yeah, I get that.
Even though we have left the European Union, but it's still not being a generation.
The European Union wouldn't take Scotland on anyway. They're not really big enough to be fair. They don't give a fuck to the party, if you like. So
no, they've got nothing to offer.
They've got the gas, electric. I mean, most of our electric and gas comes from up north. But apart from that, they haven't got a lot of minerals and that sort of stuff. They haven't got a lot of populations up there. It's a lot lower than here. So it's not going to be. It'll be like not so much Greece. It'll be like Austria or something joining the EU. It's not amazing. They're going to take more than they give. You know what I mean?
Not to have a go, I'm not saying anything about Scotland or anything like that, just purely just as a strategic thing. They'll be taking on the lemon anyway, because yes, technically in Southern Ireland, EU, Scotland, EU, yes, but slap bang in the middle is Northern Ireland, which is part of us, so it wouldn't be very good for them anyway. In the long run, it would be no good. It would just create more trade barriers, it would create more, it wouldn't pay off for them. I can't see them agreeing to it. They're just rather dump Scotland. I think they're going to dump us anyway. They're just going to try and basically limp us as much as possible.
I just feel sorry.
I'd like to see them if that ever happened. I'd like to see what happens when the Queen wants to get to Balmoral.
Yeah, exactly, Gary. That's why I know it's never going to happen.
William the Bruce II, is it?
What was it Vicky just put in the chat there? Vicky just put, Boris has told the EU to stuff their offer, no alignment, and the EU are fighting over how much they have to pay to fill the gap. Yeah, well, that's probably true, because there's only, as far as I know, when I was into the UKIP, into Farage, 5 or 6 years ago, when I wanted out of Europe in a big way, still do, I was looking into it, and I was like, there's only 3 countries who actually contribute, if you like. That's France, Germany, and us. There's no other, every other country is taking more than they're putting in. You know what I mean? Something once we jump out, and us in Germany, Germany are the biggest funders. We were the second biggest funders, and then French. Now, French were putting in near enough what they were taking out. There wasn't much difference. We were putting in, well, $1 billion a week, whatever it is, $1 billion a month, is it, or something, I don't know. And either way, we weren't getting much out. We're getting a few parks in Wales and things like that, but not nothing major. And Germany was the same. Germany don't take a lot out of it either. So now, basically, the bill's been left to Germany. Germany's now got to prop the whole of the EU up. That's how it looks, and that's why they're panicking over it.
Yeah. They're basically worrying over the firewall because the poor countries like Greece and Italy, and I think it's Portugal, that had the Euro crash. The Eurostag basically did it once, then we had to bail them out. And we've got no compensation for that. So I don't get why they're saying we have to pay. You know, we have a lot tied up in the euro. You know, the euro. And
it's funny you touched on the euro, Fred, because that is exactly what's happening at the moment, and this is why Germany is panicking and France is panicking. Is because it's like Danny says, we were the 3 major players, the 4th and the 5th. Weren't really that close to us behind. So basically what's going to happen now is one of the major players has pulled out. You've got a lot of countries, and it's exactly like you say, like Greece, which they've bankrupted on purpose so they can create the euro, the eurozone, the European state. And now what's happened is before they've got to complete it and bankrupt us all to gain everything to then pull all our resources. It's like a lot of people don't realise we've got one of 3 tin mines in the world, gold mine. You know what I mean? We've got a lot of resources, coal mines that can be used, which the EU made us stop using, basically. So we've got a lot of resources we can now tap into. But there's a lot of countries that are bankrupting on purpose, and now all these countries are bankrupt. They've done it on purpose. They're hanging around their necks, and they're going to have to pay for it now.
Yeah, even the person in charge of the Eurostat back then, von der Leyen, which is now the president of the European Commission, which the Germans didn't like, but she got elected unofficially. So I think it's really coincidental that someone that basically turned Germany's economy apart is now sat in Europe. Well, sat in the corrupt Brussels apartment. And if that don't tell you how Europe is going, then nothing else will. Because she was unelected by Germany. And there's a massive reason for that.
What do you mean? Do you know what? I didn't know that, Fred. So you say that Merkel's unelected?
No, the Commission,
sorry.
the EU, is it Ursula von der Leyen?
Well, they are actually elected, but it's not elected by us. We elect these people to go to Europe. We elected UKIP, to go represent us in Europe. And it's down to UKIP then to make the votes for who's in charge of Europe. But because UKIP don't play ball in Europe because they don't like Europe.
Actually, that's not how the Commission works. That's only how the European Union representatives work. The Commission basically self-elects.
No, she was meant to be. I think because it was on news where you meant to basically all have a vote from your high officials. I think that's the MEPs or something or other.
Yeah, that's right.
Then they elect who they want to be in charge. But this wasn't without controversy in Germany because no one liked her because of what she did in charge of the affairs during the Euro. And if you have a look at Nigel Farage, you know them, they literally ripped her apart over it. And that's why she told us to naff off when they had their last sitting in Parliament, well, in their corrupt Parliament system, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, it's corrupt without a doubt. That's why we all want out of it, because we know it's corrupt.
But
it's really badly corrupt.
Oh, yeah. When you're seeing Drunkard's bill for his wine and they're all laughing behind the table at us, you know that we were never friends.
Yeah, definitely. We'd never been friends. Never. I still don't know why we actually joined the EU. What it was when Mum and Dad signed it all back in, was it 1974, I think, was it? Was that when it was? Something like that. I was only about 2 or 3 years old. I wasn't that old. And I don't know about it. Mum and Dad told me about it. And I was like, why'd you sign it? So we thought we were getting a good trade agreement. That was it. Nothing else. So everyone was led to believe, well, my mum and dad were led to believe back then. I can't say everyone, obviously, but my mum and dad were led to believe back then that they voted for an easy trade agreement. They didn't vote for any controls over us, anything like that at all.
EEC, everyone thought it was just a trade union, not like what they're saying it was. The ECA and that lot was with nobody, FCA, and that lot was all signed and all done behind everyone's back. The 74 referendum basically was to gain people's consent to keep the status quo, basically, in a nutshell. But the problem is people didn't know that everything had been signed behind their back, so then it moved into the union.
Yeah. They were lied to. The nation was lied to, I think we all know that. I mean, my mum and dad were Labour supporters all their lives, right? I didn't really vote for years until I was probably about 25-ish. I didn't really didn't really understand politics. I wasn't really interested in politics. It was too busy. I had fast cars and women. That was my interest in jobs. I didn't give a shit about politics back then. When I hit about 30 and I got a couple of kids, you start realising pension and that sort of shit. I better take life a bit seriously. You start looking into this question time on a Thursday. You know, your dad's been watching it for years, but you start watching it. You think, shit, man, what's really going on? And then you think after a few weeks, this ain't what's going on. These are just fucking idiots, just arguing against each other. This is worse than a fucking Rude Awakening fucking live chat. This is, you know what I mean, on TV. It's crazy, man. So you think, well, I've got no trust in you lot. You think, well, who do I vote for? And then you keep coming along in my life. They just come along and went, yes, we're going to do this, we're going to do fucking that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I thought, yes, now I've got a party I could vote for. Granted, I didn't like all their manifesto, but there was more in that manifesto for me to vote for than there was Conservatives or Liberals or anything like that. None of them interested me at all. And I actually read the manifesto. You'd be surprised how many people don't read the manifesto. They look at a party leader and go, I like him, and they vote. And that's fucking just stupid. Absolutely stupid. But that's what they do. That's how Tony Blair got in. The manifesto for Labour at that point was absolutely terrible. But because everyone liked Tony Blair, he got the vote. It was crazy. Yeah. No one read it.
We need to get rid of these manifestos because no one really reads them. Unless
we need to hold them to account, Fred, I think. When Trump's doing stuff, okay, he's not the greatest, but he's doing stuff that he said he was going to do. You know what I mean? And that's a lot of politicians here will say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And as soon as they get in power, they don't do none of it. None of it at all. Which is annoying.
It is annoying.
You are bang on there, Danny. That is one of the main problems. No one is held accountable. And that is the problem, so they don't have to uphold it.
See, to me, I think the manifesto should be like written into fucking sort of a law. You know what I mean? You said you're going to do this. We expect over the next 4 years them things to be done. If you don't, forget the new vote. We're going to sack you. And we're sacking you.
Well, this is the whole point. If you make enter into a contract with the government, i.e. with a driver license or something like that, if you do not uphold your end of the contract and do exactly what you say you're going to do,
exactly. It's got 4 years planned, so we can say, right, what are you going to do in the first year? For example, Boris, right? You've said this and said that. You're going to ban the TV license. Okay, when you're going to ban it by? By 2022, right? If it ain't done by 2022, clear your desk. Simple as that. That's what we should be doing. Because that's what happened at work. If I was at work right now and I said to my gaffer I could do something, I fucking didn't. I'd expect to either clear my desk or, get at least a verbal or written or something. Some sort of discipline.
I was shocked in the last election that my MP, well, not my MP, but the area that I'm in, Marie Rimmer is in again. And you just have a look at St. Helens Town Centre, and it looks like a shithole. There's a homeless person on every corner. The shops are basically crumbling. And it's like, well, what are you doing? Where's this money coming from? And I can't see any.
Well, that could be down to the money's getting sent from Westminster to the council. The council are either paying debts off that they've raised in the last few years, or they're spending it where it shouldn't be getting spent. You know what I mean? It's things like that, usually.
I can't see any money being spent.
Oh, it'll be getting spent somewhere. It's getting sent from Westminster. I can see that, definitely. That'll be getting sent from Westminster without a doubt. It'll come out of the Treasury in some way. But, well, it's not out of the Treasury. We all know it's just off the IMF, isn't it, really? But it will come. But what the council do on it. I mean, Telford Council, we lost, I think, Telford Council, it was about 3 or 4 million. Not a lot in comparison to what we get given a year. But we lost 3 or 4 million because we banked in some Iceland bank years ago when it all crashed, 2008. We were banking some Ireland bank because it was a higher interest than the council. And I was screaming, going, if you've got money to go and put into a savers account, and yet the roads are all shit, the street lamps are fucked, get it out of the savers account and spend the money. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
But that's what they were doing. They were hiding it away from the government. They were hiding it into offshore accounts. Money laundering, really. It's like fraud, isn't it? They were putting it into offshore accounts, Iceland, wherever it was. And of course, when the government then said how much money you got in your account, they said, we spent it all. So they got the next year, then they get given the same money, if you know what I mean, the same funding. If you don't spend all your funding, you won't get given the same next year. That's the way it is. And that happens in all cost businesses, that does. That happens with anything. It happens to me at work. If I don't need that many cans of WD-40, then next year I won't get that many cans of WD-40. It's simple business. It's simple saving money, isn't it?
Well, the way it's run at the minute, I just can't wait to see what the end result is in 2021.
Well, it's a case of, do we trust Boris or not? That's what it's about, really.
No.
And is it because we don't trust Boris, or is it because we think there's people well above Boris who are making decisions?
I think that the new Foreign Secretary that is backing No Deal is fantastic. I think the one that was before him, Sadiq Javid or whatever his name is, he was looking for a deal. I'm like, you're not going to get one.
Well, you should never go into the deal saying that you're not going to have a no deal. That's the biggest mistake you ever made.
Yeah,
that's like saying I'm going to come and buy your car, and I'm definitely buying it. What? That's sound then. If you're definitely buying it, I'll stick to my price. End of. Fucking simple as that. You've already told me you're going to buy it. So I'm not going to hacker with you.
The worst ones that are going to get affected is Ireland, Northern Ireland. Because this backstop, that's not really a backstop, but a hard border, but it's not really hard border, but it's in the sea. Doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like to go back to where it was, you know, in the 80s when it was like fucking armed guards on the patrols and that sort of shit on the borders. I hate to see that.
I think. Can I just say something? It's like on this bridge thing as well. He's planning. It's like I don't know if like Boris and his mates have done any research or anything to the history, but from what I've read, in the path of that bridge, I believe, is a massive ammo dump of Second World War munitions. What are they going to do about that?
There's so much loose ends there, isn't there?
Oh, there's massive. We just haven't got a clue at the minute.
I think there's got to be a clean break. I mean, there's people saying that they owe us money, we owe them money. We got property over there, they got property here. You know, between us and the EU. I think it's just a case of look, clean break. Whatever's here is ours, whatever's yours there, and that's it. We're done. That's how it should be. But as Nathan said, there's that much sort of, I don't know, other stuff to get around as well, because we put ourselves in that situation by buying up property. We shouldn't be buying properties in Europe. You know, government shouldn't be buying properties in Europe at all. And the other countries shouldn't let us do it, and we should do the same here. We shouldn't let China own fucking, 60% of London? That's stupid. The stats are in the newspaper. You're like, how does that happen? How the hell does that happen? Why does this government allow that?
I know
if Boris had any balls, mate, he'd be saying to them, right, for instance, next Friday at 12 o'clock, we're coming out without a deal. You watch them fucking scramble and what have you to do something. Or just let us leave. The trouble is, they're dictating. Even though we've left, they're still dictating to us the way it's going to be, and it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, we don't want this Boris to take a better deal and go, there you go, I've got a better deal for you, and that's it. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want Boris to stick his two fingers up. No, I want a no deal. I want you lot to fall like a pack of cards.
Absolutely. But I think Boris hasn't done anything really. But
the only option really is to have a no deal, come out of it completely, like Danny said, break free, and then if we want to, and if they are willing to actually be reasonable, then we can go back to the negotiating table on even and equal terms.
Yeah, and I'm all for the point as well. I'll just put this in case anyone watches this in a couple of years' time. I'm all for not kicking no one out of the country. Whoever's here today stays. Simple as that. I don't give a fuck if they come in last week. They stay. End of. That's my opinion. And I don't want anyone to have to come back from the other countries either, get kicked out of Spain. Obviously, my own interest, when Dad lived in Spain, I would like to see them get kicked out. There's other families that live all over the Europe. So it should be the same for that. All the European laws that are in place today, right now, that we have to stand by, they should be in the same place tomorrow. We shouldn't try and wreck them. What we can do now is start going through them. For example, the bin wastage. Can we have 2 weeks or should we have a week? We can then vote for a party that will change that other act or statute. You know what I mean? We can vote parties now what actually can make a difference. Whereas before, I think we all knew, it didn't matter who we voted for. It didn't make a difference at all because the European Union ran us. They told us what laws to follow. We could change a little bit of laws, like how we should have cut the grass.
Technically speaking, but it's a state as we are now. Any of these EU laws or statutes, etc., that contravene English law are void by default.
Yeah, well, yeah, yes and no, but if we just did that, though, it could be in chaos. You know what I mean?
Well,
but there's no reason now, Dan. There's no reason why, even though we've left the EU, things can't stay as they are. I.e., if you're working in this country or working in Germany or wherever, and you want to travel to and from with your passports, I can't see why they've made this big fuss. Oh, well, if we leave the EU, you ain't going to be able to work here and do this and that. Why?
Rubbish. Scare
Shouldn't make any difference.
We know it's rubbish. Yeah, we know it's rubbish. Look at our videos own pet back in the 80s. They go to the brickies, went to Germany, we built it, didn't we? There was no Europe. We didn't have to. We had visas and all that sort of stuff, work permits.
That's what I mean. There's no reason for all that to change. That's just them scaremongering. Well, we're going to spit our dummy out if you leave, and you ain't going to be able to work here. You're going to have to send all up. It's just to frighten the people who are working in them places, who are going to lose their livelihoods if that happens. It's just a scare tactic, so they'll say, oh, well, we want to stop.
Yeah.
That's all that's for.
Well,
It hasn't got to be implemented.
Equality, should I say, is sort of gone, because if you live in, as an example, if you live in Jamaica, which is a Commonwealth country, used to be owned by us, they still respect the Queen. They still want the Queen to be overruling them and reign them. Believe it or not, they've got to have a work visa and all that sort of shit for 6 months in this country before they can come here. Yet someone in Poland, Greece, France, whatever, 27 countries, whatever, they can come here tomorrow. And that's the difference. That's not equal. That ain't equality at all. That's pathetic.
No.
You're bang on there, Danny, bang on.
Do you know something, Dan? This proves how tyrannous our country is, right? If, just for talking sake, if you want to go where my missus lives, Belarus, you can go to Belarus tomorrow for 28 days without a visa. You can go and visit the country for 28 days without a visa or anything like that. If they want to come here, even for a 2-day holiday, they've got to have a Schengen visa, minimum, before they can even step foot in this country. Now, Belarus ain't doing that for English people who want to go and see Eastern Europe. Same as Russia, you don't. But if they want to come here, it's completely different. And I don't get it. Why can't it be equal? Why can't they say, well, if you want to go on holiday to England, we know it's a bit of a distance. You can go for a week, 2 weeks, whatever, without having to have a visa because you're visiting on a holiday. It's different if you want to come and live here, but on a holiday. But it's not the same, and I don't get it.
That's the bit I've not understood for ages. It's not equal, and you think, well, how can we stand we stand for equality, we stand for everyone's got the same rights and all that sort of shit. Yeah, you know what? You over there, that you love the Queen, and we know if there's a war started tomorrow, we know for a fact you'd come and help us. But no, you got to get a visa for 6 months. You're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. That's not just Jamaica. That's other countries. There's Commonwealth, Canada, Canada, America's the same. You got to get a visa. Yeah, they're allies. It's just mental.
It's like the
if you meet an American girl, it's the same thing as meeting an Eastern European girl. If you meet an American girl, they've got to have all the visas, this, that, and the other before they can come here. But you can go with a French girl, German girl, Spanish girl, who don't, for talking sake, can't even speak English, and they can come tomorrow. It don't make sense to me when Americans speak the same language a lot as us, and yet they've got restrictions on them. Don't make sense.
Doing a Harry and a Markle.
Yeah. And it's all down to this European Union fucking treaty bullshit. And you're like, well, because of this treaty, we can't now. I mean, me and Flo and other people years ago had a discussion about politics, never on public live, to be honest with you. I'm probably the first time I spoke about it live. So there's many times I used to say, why can't we buy New Zealand lamb anymore? Why? It's cheaper. It's cheaper than French lamb. It's cheaper than fucking German lamb. It's cheaper than our own lamb. We can get New Zealand lamb actually cheaper than I can get it from the farmer down the road because he's charging that price. And he shouldn't be charging that price,
But do you remember the old adverts, Dan? Do you remember the old adverts on telly with the New Zealand lamb, slamming the lamb?
Yeah.
And they used to put it, showing you people putting the lamb in the oven, and then big New Zealand thing on the top. And then it just stopped overnight.
Yeah, EU legislation. 27 countries decided they're not going to buy fucking lamb from New Zealand anymore, and that was it. End of. We couldn't do it. It was simple as that. Yeah, we voted for it. We want to still buy it, The other 26 countries went, no, you're not. That's why it's never going to work. That's why the European was never going to work. You're not going to get 26 people, all with their own intentions, their own benefits, their own little beliefs. We can't get fucking 3 people in a chat room to all believe the same thing. You know what I mean? So you're never going to get 26 countries of states all sit there and say, yeah. They're only going to vote yes or no if it's in their interest. And that's why we have, Belgium, fishing on our fucking seas. They've got no coast, I believe, you know what I mean? Whatever it is. It's like, how does that even work? How does that even work?
But if you went into Belgian waters with a British fucking fishing trawler and started fishing in their waters, it'd be able to pay.
No, you'd be allowed to. There's no fucking fish there. There's no point. That's why we're not there.
I'm on about it. No, what I'm trying to say is hypothetically, if they had fish in Belgium and you went into their fucking waters and started fishing, they'd be able to pay. But they can come here and do it to us.
we'd have been one of them countries in that voting system where that happened, that conversation happened. We'd have been the country going, yeah, we want that because there's no fish around the UK anymore. There's loads in Belgium, so we'll vote for that. You know what I mean? That's why they voted for it. And we were like, no, you can't come in and have a fish. We'll have nothing left. But no, 26 countries voted against us. So, and that's why it's never going to work. It's never going to work.
It's like Russia. If you want to fish over there, you'll get shot at. That's why no one wants to fish there.
Have you noticed nobody wants to go and fish around by Fukushima?
I don't know, got some big fish, aren't they, I've heard? Massive. Some of them have got fucking loads of heads on them.
3 heads, some of them. Some of them have got 3 heads on them. John Manow would be loving it.
Send them to Somali Straits. They'll be loving it there.
Let's have a quick look what's happening in the chat. Is it all kicking off still about what's happening there?
I don't get involved in all that.
Hang on. Your worst nightmare says, Gary, what about all the money you pay for the visas? Yep, well, it's got to go somewhere. I don't know who your worst nightmare is, but you've had some good points tonight on the chat. But yeah, it's got to go somewhere, hasn't it? You've got to pay for visas. It's got to create employment, isn't it? People have got to do them jobs. You know, people are going to lose jobs as well. But
then again, Dan, like you've hit the nail on the head. Why should you have to have a visa to come from America, Russia, etc. here, when you don't have to have a visa to come anywhere else? And like we don't have to have a visa to go there. I know we do it to America, but we don't. If you can get to Russia tomorrow and you don't need a visa.
Well, to me, the visa.
So why should they have to have one?
Yeah, to me, it's the old system, Gary, to the visa. Nowadays, you don't need a visa. Your passport gets scanned, so traceability. You know, every country knows who's there really and who isn't and who should be and who shouldn't.
That's how you know they're in it for them. It's just about money. That's all it is about. And it's wrong. And if you haven't got the money, then you don't see your wife or whatever, or your wife can't stay here or whatever. And yet, like, you get the migrants can come in and stay as long as they like. You know, I just don't get it.
Well, that's another question as well.
It's got to be equal.
If you open the borders to Europe, right, to me, you should open the borders to the world. But the reason they won't do that is because they'll be like, look, straight, even any politician will tell you, well, you can't do it to the world because then we'll be overpopulated in months. Well, yeah, it's still be the same if you do it to Europe. It's still exactly the same, just take a bit longer. Still be exactly the same fucking outcome. Just take a bit longer, that's all.
It's like I think we're going over there, fighting against ISIS. We should have just gone in there and took over the country because we're back 6 months later.
A lot of people don't show that they're proud of this country because the fact that all these Europeans want to come to this country, we should be proud as great British people. We should go, well, yeah, this is why our country is great because we know it's great because you want to come here.
But we've had this bread out. We've had that bread out of us now, Dan, in the schooling system and everything. We've got to be more diverse. We've got to do this, Like I said, if you had a photo shoot somewhere, we'd have every flag on there except the Union Jack. Oh, you can't put that on we don't that on the shot.
That's true.
And it's like, you know what I mean? And we've been brought up lately to be ashamed of our flag. And it shouldn't be right. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, it's political correctness.
Imagine telling Putin, you can't hold that flag on this photo shoot. It's like, well, fuck your photo shoot then.
Yeah, but he is communist.
But our politicians are going.
He is a communist, though, isn't he? Let's be honest. He's not. He does some great things. I like Putin, but he's a communist. It's a communist country.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm just on about his nationalism for the flag. You wouldn't tell him or Trump. If you said to Trump, come on this photo, he's got an American flag, and he went, we don't want that on there, then Trump wouldn't be on the photo.
Yeah.
But our fucking politicians give the flag and still stand there and have the photo took.
Yeah, because we're in Europe. Whether that changes when we come out of Europe or not, who knows? I hope they get the patriotism, because it's the patriotism, isn't it? They haven't got. The lost politicians in this country just lost their patriotism completely. All of them. Only UKIP. Or should I say Farage? He's the only one who looked a bit like a patriot. He stood for us and shouted at them, and God knows what for what I thought was our country's benefits at the time. It turns out it might not be that way, but either way, at the time, I was the only person I thought he was the only patriot standing up for us. When really, none of them are patriots for this country at all.
If Farage was a patriot, he would have stayed where he was after the day after that fucking vote and made sure we come out of Europe. He ain't. He fucked off for 3.5, 4 years. Now, to me, he was there to do a job. He got the job, he got it done, and then instead of seeing the job through, he walked away. Who does that?
Crazy.
Really, Dan? You know what I mean?
But the problem is with this country is you're not allowed a right-wing party anymore. It's either centre or left. You don't get a right wing.
Yeah. Well, they say Conservatives right-wing, but I don't believe that, to be fair.
I don't believe that. I wouldn't call it right-wing.
No. Well, I think what me and you used to, though, with right-wing is fucking God and God knows what, innit? So that's right-wing to us nowadays. We're like, they're right-wing. But, like, well, really, because right-wing isn't really them. They're far right in my eyes. They're right-wing, you know what I mean? You know, they would never admit that, I'll tell that now, but they are.
But there's no... Yeah, but you know, there's no such thing, Dan. There's no such thing as left-wing, middle and right-wing and far right and far left. That's just labels everybody's given people because they've got these certain views. But all it is a difference of opinions. Nobody's right-wing, left-wing. It's just fucking, that's the labels you've been given by government.
Did the left-wing and the right-wing, as far as I know, come from the actual House of Commons? You know, on the left, rule the Labour, and on the right was all Conservative, and that's how it was, left and right, left and right. That's how I thought it come from anyway. That's what I thought history was behind left and right.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is...
That's what I got told on Google.
But really, it's not, is it? It's just you're either Labour or Conservative. You're not left or right. You're Labour or Conservative.
Yeah, it is, because that's the only choice we've really got in this country at the moment. It's them two. Lib Dems have gone, haven't they, now? Are they finished or what? Or are they still going?
No, they've got, is it 14 seats?
Have they?
Yeah, they went on a resurgence. Labour went down to 200 seats.
See, in Telford, we have a choice of, believe it or not, about 50 fucking Labour councillors, about 10 Conservative councillors, and 1 independent. That's it. There used to be UKIP, there used to be all sorts. There used to be a Green Party, there used to be UKIP, there used to be loads here years ago, but not now.
Years ago.
We've got a choice of them two, and that's it.
Years ago, I can still remember the raving loony party.
Yeah, what happened to them? Lord such and such, yes.
Yeah.
I like what he said. I was like, you'll never forget this statement. He made this. He goes, I'll save the global warming problem of the seas rising. We'll kill all the whales. I just couldn't stop laughing. Couldn't stop fucking laughing.
Screaming Lord Such.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I'll bring the water level right down, he said.
It's true. Water displacement.
Oh, I was fucking laughing me off for years. I was about 20, I think, when he said that. 20-year-old or something. But yeah, we haven't got no one. I mean, like Flo's discussed tonight earlier on, and Gary and Nathan all discussed, we all come to a conclusion that we need to get behind somebody that's going to step their neck out and go, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to achieve it, there's a manifesto, if you like what I'm about, vote for me. And that's what we need, someone like that. And I don't mean a Mark Collett, you know what I mean? I mean someone a bit more fucking clued up than that dickhead is.
We did that with Tommy Robinson in the MEP run.
He was never going to be an MP, has he? Never. He's not experienced enough for that. He can't even speak proper. Like me.
I thought he would have done better in a general election than an MEP election.
I think once he went to prison, that's it all over for him. You're not going to be elected.
But he's now in Russia and all them, isn't he?
I don't know where Tommy is now. I ain't got a clue.
He's been doing interviews in Norway, in Russia, and all that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I haven't followed Tommy for a while. I mean, Rick's probably, if someone said to me, any idea what Tommy's doing now, so I don't know, but I can find out for you, and I'd just text Rick and go, what's Tommy up to now? I know Rick's in the know, he knows what's going on, but I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, he's gone abroad, hasn't he, now?
Didn't know that. Gary, can you mute your mic, please? I think he says, okay. Right, Windy's still here. What was the question? What's going on here, Windy? Are you asking questions anyway? Windy likes Gailey. Yeah, we know that, Barley. That's funny. The chat's funny tonight, I tell you. Some of the chats.
No, Gary.
What was that, Sue?
I said no, none of this Windy likes Kaylee.
Well, I couldn't. You know what? I can't say them 3 words without putting his accent on. I can't do it. tried. I did try then, but I couldn't end it. I couldn't do it. I know Windy's laughing. Don't worry about it. Windy's all right. He has a good joke. He can have the piss ripped out, same as everyone else.
Well, Tommy was in Russia lately, and the woman who was interviewing him was trying to get him to, you know, with the Muslims and everything, and he'd come out after he'd been on the show. She was married to a Muslim, and that's why she was, you know, giving Tommy grief about the Muslims and that, because she was married to one. That was on RT, that was.
Hasn't it
RT
come out
Russia.
as well? I think it was you guys who informed me of this. It could be Rick, it could be a few others. I think it was AJ as well. He told me, and Vicky. I think they informed me that Goddard married or got involved with is she Indian or Pakistani or something Muslim or something? I don't know. She's not English anyway.
I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about James.
Mixed race child, as far as I know, isn't it?
Indian, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's got mixed race child. Hasn't Mark Collett got the same situation as well?
I don't really know much about Mark other than the recent shit he's been spouting, which
I got told by someone, I can't think who it is now. But it might have been when I was on Streets Live or something, someone in there, maybe Ralph or something, who was getting discussed with Mark Collett's thing. And Mark Collett's also got, as far as I know, a mixed race child. And yet, they were quite happy to kick all the mixed races out. Like, I think the question was asked to him, what are you going to do with your own kid? It's like a bit ironic, isn't it?
I don't know that, to be fair, Dan.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'll ask around back in Streets Live if that's true or not, because I'm pretty sure one of them told me in there, and they all agreed to it. None of them disputed it. They all went, "Yeah, that's right. I know what nationality she is like, but she's not white. Let's put it that way." And of course, Mark Collett was he was asked the question, "If your daughter..." No, sorry, tell a lie. No, I get it wrong. He was asked the question, if your daughter got involved with a mixed race man and then had a child, what would you do for the child? That was it. That was the question that was asked. And he said he would kick the child out. That was it. That was what it was. Sorry.
He might say that now, but if he's got a mixed race granddaughter, mate, and he grew to love her, would he? That's the thing.
He won't get no grounds. This country is not racist. I know.
No, I'm on about in his ideal world. I'm on about.
Yeah.
In his ideal world, he might say that in his ideal world, but if he had a granddaughter and there was 4 or 5 and he loved that,
yeah,
would he actually fucking do that? I don't think he would.
No chance. No human in my eyes would do that. But you do get some nasty guys out there who would do that. I would never do that. I don't think he would. But if Mark Collett, right, he's all good. He's all good to the one time he gets a bit of a stage, like on Question Time or Newsnight or anywhere like that, and he'll just be like, in my eyes, he'll be like a Nick Griffin. He'll come across completely racist. Whether you like it or not, he will show himself.
Well, it is that he's racist, and you can't say, well, everybody who come over here in the Windrush and have children and helped us out, thank you very much for all of that, but you can fuck off now. We don't need you anymore. You can't do that to people.
And the sad thing about it is the Windrush, I believe, are Commonwealth people, are they not?
Yeah, they are.
They helped us in the war, yes, and all that sort of shit. You're like, really? Who's this? I want a head on the plate for this. I do, because I've got a lot of Jamaican friends. I'll be honest. I want a head on the plate. I go, who decided this? Someone's got to go back. Who signed that bit of paper? I want a head.
Exactly.
Didn't want to go back twice.
Theresa May, I believe, was involved in the Windrush crap. Believe it or not. Yeah. This is the thing. I want to address that as well, because it really, really annoys me when we're hearing language like second generation immigrant. I'm sorry, people, but if that's the label you're claiming, but if you're born here, you're not an immigrant.
That's the way I see it, Nathan. That's exactly how I see it.
What?
If you were born in this country, I got asked that the other day. Well, what if your son was born in France and you brought him back the day after? I go, he's French. And they went, you are? Because, yeah, he was born in France. Now, if we haven't lived there, we aren't going to get French citizenship because we was on holiday at the time. But I'll always say to him and take the piss out of him for the rest of his life. You're French, by the way. You're born in France. That's what I'll always say to my lad or my daughter who were born in France at the time. Yeah, you're an English citizen. He was actually born in France. That's why I'm a Scot. People say to me, you're Scottish or English? I go, I'm a Scot. I'm Scottish. I was born in Scotland, lived there for 4 years. I come down here, like mum and dad kicking and screaming, they were dragging me down here, according to them. I don't know much of it, to be honest with you. But either way, I was 4 when I come down here, and I still treat myself as a Scot. All right, but if someone said to me, but where have you been brought up? I say in England. I'm an Englishman, really, but I'm a Scot in the blood. I was born in Scotland. I'm a Scot.
My father My father was born on an English naval base, so technically he was born on English soil, but he was born in Singapore, so he can have both a UK and a Singapore passport.
Yeah, I know I can play for England or Scotland if I made it good in football. I forget that when I was at school. You can play for England or Scotland, you're lucky. Well, not really. Playing for Scotland, how's that lucky?
Well, England's getting better now, slowly.
You what?
England's getting better. We've got to the semi-finals.
You need Liverpool to help you out, I think.
We'll just adopt someone, give him a British passport. What's the only?
That was done in the past. That was a few got done for that, didn't they? Many years ago.
Yeah.
Remember that?
You can go off heritage now.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, any excuse.
Because Matt Tominay, he plays for Scotland, but he's actually English.
Right. What's happening in the chat? Oh, yeah. Banter is awesome. Andy Hughes, banter is awesome.
That happened with the Republic of Ireland now, Danny. The Republic of Ireland team was made up 80-90% was English.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, they was claiming, oh, my great grandmother was Irish, so I put and play for Republic of Ireland. But there was actually born and bred English.
I like that, Den. Den just put in the chat, what do you think of Mark Collect? And he's put a $ at the end. That's pretty cool. Mark Collects. I like that.
Is that Mark Collects that one what he wants English to be the dominant one in, like, just white English to be dominant?
Yeah. Can anyone give us some history on Mark Collett, where he's come from, because I don't really know much about him last few weeks ago.
He was with the BNP.
Was he come from
with
there?
Nick Griffin.
Right.
Yeah.
And where was he in the BNP? What sort of status?
He was up there with him. He was always with Nick Griffin.
Okay. Where is Nick Griffin nowadays?
I don't know. I don't even know where he is.
No. Not seen him. Not
Oh, yeah.
for a long time.
I haven't, to be fair. I haven't heard of him for years.
Andy Hughes, Mark Collett, go look him up. He's the new sort of, looking like the new BNP sort of spokesman, if you like. I find him very racist. I can't watch him. I just want to kick his fucking head in. He's racist. He really is racist. But
he does it very clever, Dan. He does
it good. Yeah, he does hide it. He's got a lot of good vocabulary. I'm surprised I said that this late last night. But anyway, he's got a good vocabulary, so therefore it comes across very, very well educated. But to be fair, I don't think he is.
Yeah, but it won't work in practice anyway.
No, I think once he gets on a decent show, he'll be gone.
People need to ask themselves with Mark Collett thing, how is he saying the things he's saying when Tommy Robinson said far, far less than that and nothing racist at all, and he's been persecuted for years? How's he getting away with saying what he's saying? Which is
the only reason I can give for that is because he's not big, as like Tommy Robinson hit the newspapers, wouldn't he? But Mark Collett, I don't really know the guy apart from YouTube. I don't think anyone knows it.
I think I only seen him, I think it was like 6 months ago.
He's got 100,000 YouTube followers, Dan.
You know what? Years ago I would have took it seriously, but now I know you can buy them. I don't mean shit to me. That don't.
What, you can buy followers?
Buy them.
You can buy subscribers, mate, if you want. Sickeningly.
Fucking hell. Rent a subscriber. When's that come out?
You can buy them. It's like £5 for like 200 something like that. Then I think as it goes up the scale, I think it's like £1,000. You'll get like 50,000 subs.
I think that's what Wake Up must have done, because there's only ever 25 on there, but he's got 3.
Yeah, but Dan, what's the point in that though, Dan?
So it looks like what you just stated, because the point is you just stated that he's got a massive following. So it looks like he's got a massive following when actually he probably hasn't. He's only got maybe a couple of thousand actually watching. If you look on his lives,
yeah, but what I'm saying is, what is the point in that though? It's different if you've got it legitimately, like Tommy. But what's the point in Tommy saying he's got 2 million fans if he's only got fucking 50,000? It don't make sense because you're going to be catched out in the end.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, I don't know how long these paper subs been going on. I know it's been happening for the last 2 years. Whether before that, I don't know. But all I do know, I know for a fact 2 years ago, I could have clicked on my channel and I could have easily made it 10,000 subs if I had the money. Piece of piss. Easy. And that's why I query some of these channels like Red Pill Phil's, Eddie is okay. It's all these channels what popped up out of nowhere. Literally, within 1 week, they got 20,000 subs. You think, how the fuck have they got that? no video's gone viral. None of the videos have got 20,000 views. How can you get 20,000 subs when only a video's got 4,000 or 5,000 views? How's that work?
With Red Pill Phil, I seen him build up from day one, to be honest. He took a while to get to 20,000.
Did he?
Yeah.
I looked at his videos on the one going. Someone told me about it. I thought, oh, can I have a look at this? So not purposely Red Pill Phil. It was a case of look at the channels, Johnny, look at the subscribers, and look at the videos that actually get viewed. So you start going to look at the videos and you think, yeah, not over 20,000.
James Goddard, he popped up out of nowhere.
Basically, the only reason why James got out there is because he called Anna Soubry a Nazi, and that's how he rose through the ranks.
Yeah, I don't know. I knew him before that. A lot of these idiots, well, I say idiots, shouldn't use them words, but yeah, a lot of these people come from Speaker's Corner. A lot of them started off from down there and they just branched out and gone back home where they carried on their ranting and their opinions and whatever. And it's only their opinions. I mean, James Goddard, he can say what he likes. It's just an opinion. He's got no power or authority, fuck all.
The way I started out is basically through the forced adoption, and that's how I met all of them.
With James pulling people in, though, you know, he's happily accepting Mark Collette because he's alienated himself from everybody else. Britain First, Tommy, you know, he's calling people Britain First, Tommy Tards, whatever. He's alienated himself. He's caused his own problems. So Mark Collette is his only option.
Yeah, but you know what? Goddard did that, didn't you?
Well, he's pulling people along with him. I mean, how have we got to a position where John Lawrence is standing with that? I don't get that.
John Lawrence is a good art, a brilliant guy, but he's easily led, Rick, and that's the problem, I think.
Yeah, I love John.
He's just easily led. I love him. I think he's brilliant. I'd meet him tomorrow. I've offered him to stay here when he comes to Telford. I've got no problem with John whatsoever. I can discuss it with John all night because he's not offensive. If you start telling him something, he won't come back and call you a troll and start calling you a pedo or that sort of shit.
He'll just say, fair enough, yeah. He was going to come on my live yesterday and explain how he got from day one to now supporting this lot. So
yeah, I want to hear that when he comes on. What was that Fred said then?
John's had a few words with me in the past, but he's always
because
a guy.
Was that because of Wake Up though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, Jason Tyler, Justin, or whatever his name is, has come into that and straight away attacked you. Ask Fred why we had an argument. Ask Fred about his kids. Ask Fred about this. Ask Fred about that. But you know what? I don't need to ask Fred anything. I judge Fred on Fred. That's it. If you want to tell me shit, you can tell me shit. But I'm not going to condone the man for something you're going to tell me, Jason.
Well, Jason Tyler's got his own platform for doing that. Why don't he do that on here? You know, well, why don't he do that on his own platform? Why does he feel the need to come over onto here? Is it because he don't want these things discussing on his own site? Because people...
Good question, Rick.
Yeah.
Well, I think the reason for it is because everybody's waking up to actual Wake Up UK.
Yeah, well, he's giving away free VIPs at the moment, isn't he, and stuff like that. He's giving away all sorts at the moment, so he's struggling, bless him. But I'm glad he's struggling. I'm glad he's struggling. That's not my whole intent. I mean, I told him 6 months ago, I do not want to close your channel down. I want to help you. You're getting surrounded by wrong'uns. You're going to get infiltrated by conspirators. And before you know it, you're going to be sorting the King's flag. No, I don't believe that King's flag, bollocks. I don't believe Kaylee, she's a fucking nutter. I don't believe Andy, blah, blah. What is it? 6 months later, he's in amongst them, chatting away. Yeah, even doxing people, doxing me to them. You know what I mean? You're like, am I looking at you, right? And I've said to you, I ain't going to touch your channel. Well, as from that Christmas, as I said to him, them days are gone now, Jace. We can go in discussion, we'll talk all you like, but I'm still going to fucking take your channel down. There'll be no more Wake Up UK when I'm done. There'll be no more Wake Up You fucking gay. I'll say that now. And I've warned John, and I've warned a few others that I like in there, the Blair brothers, get another platform, because they ain't going to be there long.
Well, they'll all come over here, won't they?
I don't want them over here. I don't know conspirators over here. Fuck them. Nutters. Decent people, yeah.
Oh,
who can debate.
Wake Up UK don't have
all tainted now.
Anyone. They basically prey off everyone. let's be honest. You don't get.
I don't know. What do you know? We don't. Then what do you mean? Pray off everyone. What do you mean by that?
With certain like patriots who've got a big following, they bring the following to the channel, and that's what.
Of course, yeah. That's why John's there.
Yeah,
and
I don't want to say names of them.
No, so I can see why they did it, right? I can have a discussion with Jason about his business quite easily because I'm a businessman. I can understand why he did it, how he's done it. And you know what?
Yeah.
Hats off to you.
Yeah.
You've done it right, but you should have been fucking honest from day one, and you wasn't. You know what I mean? And you should take people who want to come and join, because I wanted to join. I wanted to listen to Tracy Blackwell. I wanted to listen to John Lawrence. I wanted to chat to him, but I couldn't. And I was like, hey, this ain't right. So then I started getting blocked, and most of us in here are probably blocked, apart from Windy Blessing. Most of us in here are probably blocked, because he doesn't want free speech. And yet the first words on his fucking title is free speech, free this, free that.
Yep.
Forget the £3. I'm not about that. Forget that for now and put that to the side. You know what I mean? Forget that. It's just about leaving a comment in the chat and you get blocked. You're like, that ain't right. I mean, Vicky's blocked a couple tonight. Vicky's blocked, I think, 2 people tonight, right? Because, I mean, I blocked one because Vic asked me to. That was the real Wake Up UK, which I was quite happy to let him chat all fucking night. Didn't bother me. I just ignore him. And then Vicky blocked a couple as well. That's fine. It's not my fucking. This isn't my channel. This is our channel. So you know, I'm not going to say don't block people, but the whole point of us is so we don't block people. The whole point is people come into this chat room, as long as they don't break any laws, as in doxing, racism, all that sort of shit, then we can let them speak all they want. In my eyes, it doesn't matter if you don't want to listen to it, you don't want to read it, don't read it, or block them. There's 3 little buttons there. Just click it and block the fucker, and you'll never see their comment again.
I'm renowned over that £3 I am.
Well, what I mean, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, right? As far as I know, when I spoke to John Lawrence, he told me you followed John Lawrence to Wake Up UK because you're a big John Lawrence fan and supporter.
Yeah.
You didn't believe the £3 should be there, so you said to Jason, "Look, I'm not going to give you £3 to go and watch someone I like. Is there any chance you can give me a free one, and I can just watch John? I won't pass it out. I'm not going to pass it out. I'm just going. I'm not willing to pay £3 to watch John. Simple as that. And as far as I know, that's where it got to. And it all kicked off then.
No, that's
all.
That's half of the story. The full story is I did a few videos about Wake Up UK in the patriotic movement with Tracy Blackwell and all the other patriots in Edmonton before. So this video went around and it caused a lot of riff. And I said, why are we paying for this? You know, there's another way. Then I just literally left Wake Up UK in the past. Then I get a text from John saying he's going live on Wake Up UK. And I logged in, paid my £3 already. And basically I got to, I think it was about 7:30, his show was on Tuesday. And I went to log in and couldn't. Then I rang Justin or Jason or whatever his name is, and he goes, "Are you dumb?" And I was like, "Well, what are you on about? Am I dumb?" And he says, "You're not allowed in." I was like, "Why?" It's like, because of the videos. I'm like, because of the videos. This was back in 2018.
Oh, wow, okay.
But you've blocked me. And he gave me my £3 back, but it still goes on about it's about me paying £3. It wasn't. It was to watch someone.
Yeah.
And I paid it, and I showed John the receipt.
Yeah.
So it wasn't about £3. It wasn't about the £3. It was about the videos that I made a couple of years ago.
And what were the videos you made? Just quick description, quick basic rundown of them. What were you saying in there?
It was basically about the infighting, egos, paying for free speech, all that. I just had a big rant that was basically going about the big names and stuff like that. And at the time, I thought it was all right. I shared one, which I can share for one of them, that somebody shared. I think it was one of them. But I've got that saved, so I can basically share it with what I said, and I'll still stand by that. I think it was 9 minutes and 1 second long, and I'll happily send that to you tomorrow, Danny.
I mean, you're probably proving, well, he's proving his own self. That probably what you said a year ago. He's turned out to be right.
Yeah.
You know, it's sad as it sounds. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got no personal grief with fucking Justin Tyler or Jason Unwin. I've got no. I'm not going to go knock on his door. I've got no. I'm not going to contact his employers if he has any. I'm not going to dox his family or contact his kids. Any of that shit. I'm not interested in any of that. I just wanted discussion about a year ago, merely, with Justin to who the people he was getting around him. That was it. And all I did was get attacked. Well, not attacked, wrong word. I don't use that attack shit. All I did was get slated, blocked, slandered. You know, and that was it. I was like, what the fuck? And I just got hounded by it. And all the people then, don't listen to Danny Jones, he's full of shit, he's a troublemaker, he's a troll, he's this, he's that. I'm like, I'm not any of them. So why are you hiding? So that's the only reason I looked into it, because he blocked me. And that's what I do. The latest woman, Laura fucking Lewis, she blocked me in November. I thought, you bitch, why you blocked me for? So that's when someone blocks me, I'm going to go snooping. Simple as that. I'm going to go snooping. So it's like big warning to the world. You're going to block me. Prepared, man. I'm going to go deep. And I'm going to drag out because there's a reason you block me. There's always a reason you block me.
And I don't agree with blocking unless it's absolutely necessary.
Unless people are swearing that off or doxing or whatever, you know, something you think's morally wrong, then fair enough. But if it's not morally wrong, the whole point of the internet is the freedom of fucking speech. That's the point behind it all. Once you start controlling that, which is what Wake Up unfortunately do, then you've lost that sort of that gift of the internet, you know.
I just thought it was all weird that these videos was about 2 years old, and they're still going on about it, even though no one actually came to me about the videos. That's what I found weird.
Yeah.
I was moaning about the videos, but no one inboxed me or said anything.
Well, how many views is on how many views on that video? 20 or something, 50, 100 tops.
I ain't got a clue.
That was I got a video strike last night. It was at the end. There was 36 fucking views. 36 views. It got strike. And like I said, 36 people have seen what I've just pointed out, which is now on the BitChute channel anyway. Thank you guys for doing that, by the way. Whoever did it. Well, I know who did it. Well, anyway, it's on the BitChute, so anyone can see it. It's still there. It's not closed off to the world at all. I can put it on Facebook, and there's fuck all Justin can do about it. You can't copyright on fucking Facebook. So crack on there. I put unlisted videos on Facebook now, so it's not it's not on the YouTube channel. So you can't get a strike against it. The YouTube are going to go, what are you on about? It's unlisted.
I think every single video that Jason Tyler's removed is up there. So
on BitChute, yeah.
So anyone wants to see it, they're all up there.
Links if you can drop the links in the chat for the BitChute channels, that'd be good, because you know most of what they are. You've got them all stored. I've only got one, and that's your one, Krusty Crew BitChute.
The thing that got me is the issues that I'd basically already had gone out. I said, and I was the one that got attacked for it. That's what I didn't get. Pointed out, I think in one of them, about Tracy Blackwell actually being a Remainer, and that got pointed out before I even said it. But
yeah, there's a lot on that channel that we can all pull up on. To be honest, there's a lot. I think everybody in this chat room probably got beef with someone on the Wake Up UK at some point somewhere.
I just didn't think how the way that it came across on phone is I just thought, what a dickhead. There was no way for that sarcasm, no need for it.
Well, I didn't get involved with it, right? This Wake Up. I seen Andy Devine over there on Caroline Stevens and shit, but I didn't even know what Wake Up was. To be honest, I thought Wake Up was another sort of Caroline Stevens channel, because she's got quite a few going, and I thought it's all of her channels, right? So when I was looking into it, I thought, I'm not bothered. He ain't getting no ground over there. It's not a big channel, not a problem. Left it, and then when the Pendragons, or should I say, Rick, Nathan, and that lot all contacted me, I said, "What's this about Andy Devine, whatever the crap?" And then we got into talk about them. I started exposing the scam for them about the flag and everything. Happy days. They sorted that out. Got the vets off them and said, "Yeah, don't go down that road." Next thing I know, there's this guy called Sean, and he's on fucking. I seen it. He was ranting off at Rick, going mad. Absolutely mental, like he was spitting and frothing and God knows what. No, this is Sean Morris at Rick. And I didn't know previous to this, Rick had called him a village idiot, I think, something like that. Like, nothing major in my eyes, but obviously this triggered fucking Sean. He went mental. So I started looking into Sean, thinking, what's he going on about? So I started watching this Wake Up UK at that point, which is probably about a good year ago, maybe 18 months, maybe, I don't know, quite a while ago anyway. So I started watching it, and I started, hang on, you're in amongst all these fucking vets and yellow vests and all this sort of stuff. Hang on, I've seen you, man. I'm pretty sure I've seen you with the King's flag. I'm pretty sure I have. I recognise your face. And then I went back to Andy Vine's channel when it was still going, went through the whole fucking lot, and I found him right at the end of a court case. I thought, got you. I knew I fucking knew you. And I went back to Rad then and said, look, I found him. He's in amongst it all. And that's when Mick said, right, that's what I've been trying to tell you. He's with the scammers. He might not be scamming Sean Morris. He might not be the scammer himself, but he's in amongst them. And they're using him to get into Wake Up UK. And that's all we're trying to tell Jason Tyler was, look, be wary of Sean because he's getting used. Whether Sean's a wrong or a right one, that's for the Pendragons. They had issues. That's nothing to do with me. But I know Andy Devine, Caroline Stevenson, and all these fucking fruitards are using your channel to get their conspiracy message out. You need to beware. And that's all I said to him. And it all kicked off from that point.
I never got used to that Caroline Stevens. It was...
Mrs. Ike, I call her. Mrs. Ike. I do, that's what I call her, Mrs. Ike. She's a nutter.
Wasn't my cup of tea. It was like...
Fresh flowers every time. That's Caroline Stevens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice blouse on. Hair all done. Makeup on. Nice flowers. Goes live. Right, yeah. Really. And talks about chemtrails or whatever.
Don't get the pearls, Danny.
The pearls, yeah, the pearls around the nest. All them, the big pearls, yeah. And sometimes she's got the, like the fucking, what do you call it? Like a motif or some sort of massive emblem on her. Like a, what do you call it? What's the name for it now? I wouldn't have a clue. What's the name for that? A brooch, I'm trying to find that's the word. Nice big brooch, John.
I didn't, half the time, I just didn't go where she was going with it. Like, but like I said on YouTube, it's just all these conspiracy theorists, and none of it's true.
90%, yeah, 90% of the conspiracies can be debunked quite easily. I do it regularly. There's a lot what can't. You know, 5G at the moment, that's a massive talk in it about 5G. It's like, fuck, even my lad at 14-year-old asking me, Dad, what do you think about 5G? I'm like, what are you asking that for? Oh, well, you heard, like, and he goes, nothing about it. All at school, people are talking about it. It's dangerous and that. Oh, right, okay. I haven't corrected him. I've just said to him, you look into it, look into both sides. Ask a scientist, ask your science teacher at school, see what he says. You know what I mean? That's what I've said to him. I'm going to sort of brainwash him what I think of it. It's down to him to judge that. But I know there's people out there who are worried about it. And don't get me wrong, I'm worried about it. I am as well. But I know what people are telling me is bullshit. So I'm like, well, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. Is someone going to give me some actual proper fucking evidence where I can go, oh, now I see your point. Now I'm worried. You know what I mean? Not just maybe I'm worried. Now I am worried. Because no one's shown me anything yet. And that's the problem. You're getting all these conspiracies, what could be true. Some of them could be right. But because there's that much crap around it all and that much scamming going on around it all, it puts you off it straight away. You think, nah, if you're asking for money, then it can't be true. Free energy was the first one. Free energy machines. You know, the girl called, what's her name? Fucking Hope Girl, I think her name was. From years ago. Pushing free energy with Sasha Stone and that lot. Now, if it was free energy, you wouldn't need to charge for free energy, would you? Because if let's say, for example, I bought one off you, right, at 10 grand. I give Hope Girl the money, and Sasha Stone took his cut, and I got this energy machine at home, which is free energy. I'm going to mass produce that fucking new. I'm going to make loads of money myself. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a no-brainer. It's like, it don't make any sense. If it's free energy, you should get it for free, shouldn't you? You've got a secret to give the world. It should be free. That's why me, Gary and Nathan will never fall out. We can talk chemtrails and we can talk vaccines. We can talk all that shit all night, but we'll never fall out. You know why? Because they never, ever ask for money. They don't try and scam no one. They don't try and cheat no one. They might get things wrong and they might believe something I don't, but they won't ever ask for money or cheat anyone or scam anyone. And that's why we'll get on until the day we're dead, probably.
Yeah, if I about Lee Garrett, he's been on at me about this 5G. And he's like, I've got like hundreds, like thousands of scientists. He's like, yeah, but what use are they?
It's as Vicky says when we're having this discussion. Vicky, fair play to her. You know, there's 10,000 scientists. What all want 5G stopped. Yeah, but there's like 2 fucking billion scientists or don't. It's like, you weigh it up, it's only not even 1%. It's pathetic.
So I looked into it in, I know by watching property programs in Ghost Adventures, that there is EMF fields all around us. Whether it's mobiles, pylons, TVs, electric copper wiring, plug sockets, there's always a current around us, you know, satellites. So to get an accurate reading is probably
not when you record on a mobile phone. No, that's never going to work, is it? Let's be honest. That's the funny bit of it. That's when you humour, you've got to then laugh with it, because you don't laugh with it, you just get angry and punch them on it. You just got to laugh and go, "You dickheads, man! You're filming that REF meter, EMF meter, with a mobile phone. I guarantee you've not thought about putting on airplane mode, have you, or nothing like that. You're just banging it straight out, and it's got interference straight away from the phone you're filming it on. You know, it's madness." Yeah. And you think, and what? Sadly enough, there's 10,000 people out there. 10,000 subs will go, "Well done, you're doing a great job." Are you stupid or what?
Yeah, but you got to think, where is he taking that reading from? Is he taking it from in his house? Is he taking it in an open field? Is he taking it near a pylon?
It don't matter. It's less than a metre away from a mobile phone. It don't matter where it's from.
You know, it
could be down the cellar. It could be 2 miles underground. If he's took a phone with him, you're going to get a reading off it.
Yeah, you know
what I mean? It's going to go trying to find get a signal all the time.
And as for these health benefits and stuff like that, there's not actually been an actual case where anybody's got a health benefit, well, a health defect from it.
Not what they'll tell you. There has been loads of cases, but there's nothing in the paper or nothing in NHS will come out and tell you that. But that's because they're hiding it. You know, everyone's in on it and stuff. This weapon system.
Because if we say like headaches and nausea and everything like that, we know that EMF fields, when it's really high in storms or near pylons, can create that feeling.
Well, you know that. Does anyone get a headache before a thunderstorm? Perfect example. That's the perfect example of high EMF right there.
And if you watch Homes Under the Hammer, the property prices go down if you've got a pylon. I think it's 30 feet away from your house.
Yes, true. Yeah, that's not because of scare, that's because it's an eyesore.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there doing dishes, look at this big fucking grey pylon. I want to see the nice countryside. So I'll pay 20 grand more for that house, but I haven't got a big dirty pylon there. That's the facts. That's it in a nutshell. That's all it is. It's nothing to do with the fear fucking tactics of the pylon, and nothing to do with that at all. Because as I said, if you go out in the street, right, and ask anyone, ask 10 people in the street tomorrow, what do you think of 5G? I guarantee you only 1, maybe 2 people out there in 10 will even tell you about it. The rest don't have a clue. They go, what do you mean 5G? What's that? They're not interested, or they don't want to know, or they're just not bothered in their life. It's not going to affect their life. They trust they trust everyone to put it as a good thing. So,
you know the problem now, Dan. Rick hit the nail on the end of the day. Even if 5G was proven to be dangerous, if somebody said, put an advert in the paper and said, this new phone here is great, it's 5G, blah, 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 but it's going to take 2 years or 4 years off your life, who wants one?
Yeah, I'll buy one.
They'd all be fucking queuing up for it.
Yeah. I'd sit here smoking a cigarette. Yeah, I'll buy one.
So that's what I'm saying.
My Wi-Fi router pumping out shit, and my cigarette in my lungs. Yeah, I'll still buy a 5G phone.
I would.
As that might sound.
Because I know I don't want to live until I'm 100 anyway. So.
Well, I've got too many advantages that no one seems to talk about with the 5G. I was going to leave it to Lee Garrett. But you know what, Lee Garrett? If you listen to this, I'm going to get a heads up, or I'm going to fucking slap you about the internet with. The advantages of 5G far outweigh the disadvantage that you might be scared of. Let's tell you that right now. How would you like it, right, where I could say to you, no more car crashes, no more, not one, never again, unless a system fails. Not down to driver error, because you're no longer braking. Your 5G is working all out for you. Your car's monitoring the car in front of you, and then that's monitoring that car in front of you, and so on. They proved it in Germany with Mercedes a long time ago. You don't get crashes anymore. So therefore, no one's going to get injured. Fucking brilliant. No one's going to get one over. Fucking brilliant. You ain't going to drop that cigarette or drop that cassette or CD or whatever you're doing on your phone or chatting to your missus or whatever you're doing, and that kid runs out in front of your road, your car's going to break without you having to do it. That's 5G.
But then again, the Autobahn has quite a bloody good safety record, and there's no speed limit on that.
That's right. True. But it's got the same sort of.
But there was also one of them in the paper, Dan. I can't remember where I saw it, in America somewhere, with them cars you're on about. That was testing them, and it failed, and the person got killed.
Yeah, that's because, and this is not going to sound right to you, but this is because it wasn't a 5G system. It was a 3G system. Nowhere near as quick, and it lost signal. It went out of range and lost signal. The 5G won't get that problem. This is why they're doing it. They've done these tests, and they're going, why can't we do it? Why can't we make it work? We need a better mobile system. We need a better system to scan the area, to scan it all and shit. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do it properly. Oh, would you be able to do it on 5G?
Because with 5G, they have the capability to actually
scan
a line and direct the beam.
Yeah, they do.
You can single out a car or single out a phone, and they can direct it at that. So it's
another positive of 5G. How many times have you seen children go missing on TV, and some guy's got it in a loft?
But it also,
at
the same time, it also gives it the capability to be a complete and utter. It's probably the best direct energy weapon ever made.
If I said to you, if we had 5G 10 years ago,
and that's where it was born from.
If we had 5G 10 years ago, you'd know exactly what happened to Madeleine McCann. How does that sound?
I'll give you another
advantages.
I can give you another advantage.
No, I don't know about that, because Madeleine McCann didn't have a mobile phone unless you're talking about chipping everybody.
No, it wouldn't matter, because the 5G all around the place would be scanning. All the cars going past, everything would be scanned. You would be honest. It's like having CCTV in a digital form. That's what it's like, really.
Yeah.
And that's unless you're paranoid of Big Brother, unless you're up to no good. That's the way I see it. If you're up to no good, right, as in you're a criminal, and you've got drugs in the house and you've got guns in the house and you're hiding a kid in the loft and all that sort of shit, then we want you done. I want that 5G system to pick you fucking up and have you done. We want a better country. We don't want that shit. We don't want bandit land here. That's the way it is. And if we can design a system which can allow us to find our kids within a matter of fucking minutes and not days and hours and weeks and God knows what, or if you can design a system where there's no more car crashes and no one getting run over silly things, then in my eyes we should have it. Now, if that's going to say to me, yeah, you can have it, right, but you're not going to live till 60, you're going to live till 58, I'll still take it. I'll take it because I know I'm going to save loads of lives.
See, now we have a system that is already capable of all that and more. It's called the brain. It's just what we're lacking in the education and the training.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. The parenting, education, all that's the common sense brain. Let it down.
The problem you got with that, what you just said about Madeleine McCann, if you'd have had 5G back then, wouldn't have saved her. Because
no, wouldn't have saved her. You're right, wouldn't have saved her. But
but what I'm saying is, it wouldn't save any kids because the majority of kids are missing and that, with the paedophile rings and that, it's the government that's doing it. So they cover the tracks anyway.
And can I just say something, Danny? Thank you for what you said earlier. That means a lot, mate. It really does. And the feeling's mutual. That's the whole point. Without discussion, without different points of view, without people sort of being able to discuss a problem from different angles, then how are we going to find solutions?
Exactly. We can all argue. We've all got to come out of that argument still being civical and amicable to each other. You know what I mean? And if you fell over in the street,
well, you're just nail on the head, Dan.
It's like tonight. Flo has no
feelings. Flo, I'll tell you now, you two. Flo, you know him anyway. Flo will never hold a grudge against you. He will speak to you any time. He's like me. He'll argue a toss with you, and then the next day he's like, "You're right. You're all right." He's not like that. He's not like that. He doesn't hold grudges at all. Not at all, mate. Me and Flo had that many times. Me and Flo had that many rows. Fucking hell, man, loads of rows. Yeah, we still chat.
Well, I don't feel me and Flo really had a row. I thought that was quite a good discussion.
Oh, what you and Flo did tonight? Something compared to what me and Flo do. Okay, we swear at each other, aren't we?
Yeah, I said it's just no harm, no foul. I mean, it was a good discussion.
The best thing about 5G, I can tell you now, is in 2 years' time, there's going to be 6G because they're already working on it in, I think it's
in China. China, they aren't they?
No, it's actually in the UK. It's England. There's a 6G centre. So if you're worried about 5G, wait until 2 years. You're going to have 6G. So
Yeah, well, if 5G doesn't give us any complications, yeah, 6G will probably roll out as well. We will get to a level, 7, 8G, 9G, 10G, whatever.
Yeah.
There will be a level where it goes, hang on, no, that is dangerous. That is too much. There will be a level. Of course there will.
Yeah.
AJ put up something last night on the 6G.
That's why I've seen it, actually. That's why I've seen it, AJ, on that link, thing you put up, yeah.
Yeah, 6G is going to be 1,000 times faster than 5G.
Yeah, good.
Well, it's already there. We're still testing it in, I think it's Burnley, England. If you look up 6G Centre England,
yeah,
it's there.
As long as it stays on the government level limits, whatever the government scientists, the people who are qualified in my eyes, and not me, to be able to set these limits, because they're going to be living in the same world we are, so they're not going to be dying from it. So if they've set limits for themselves, is the best way to put it, right? So they're setting limits for themselves, which is obviously keep it safe. So as long as they don't break them limits, then I'm happy. I'm happy. I put my trust in them people.
But how many of these 5G warriors, when 4G and 3G are disbanded, because it's going to happen,
yeah,
in the future, how many of them are going to still be debating 5G?
Probably not. They'll be on the 6G then, or 7G, won't they? No, they will. It's just natural. It's a natural progression of conspiracies. I've watched it, man. I'm like, you know what? It doesn't. It's like, here's an example: the King's flag, right? That shit over there, and what Kaylee and Divine are doing, and John Manoa. We've sort of this group, what we see now in the chat, and this group we see in the hangout, and others, right? That we don't see here tonight, but others and us have all sort of smashed that to bits. It's got no traction. It's getting no money, and most of the people in there, like Paris, yeah, for example, seen the scam and fucked off and left it. But the problem is, they just jump onto a new group. So they've gone to Fresh People now, which is unfortunately Wake Up UK. They've got over there. And they'll go to Mark Collitz. And I seen her in the other day. She was in there with Tracy Blackwell and John Lawrence and all the rest of it. So, of course, all their subs and followers now. You'd be one of them, Fred. You followed John, didn't you? You knew nothing about Kaylee. All of a sudden, Kaylee's in there chatting to him. So you'd like to think, oh, yeah, what's John about? I'll go have a look, That's all they're doing is getting new fucking subs again.
Yeah,
I call it new subs, but it's new money. It's new money. It's 1%. It's the according to American University, 1% of any group will donate. So if you've got 1,000 people, you can get, is it 10? Yeah, 10 will donate, right? That's the average. So all you got to do is do the sums. If you're going to go after 4 million vets, you're going to get a lot of money. If you're going to go after, say, 3,000 Wake Up UK subscribers, well, that's 30 people. 30 people are going to pay £3 a month. That's how it works. It's just a simple business maths. It's an Excel spreadsheet. That's all it is.
I'm still completely hated by many different groups, many different people because of all that crap.
Could you call it out? Yeah, Nathan. Could you call it out? Exactly. If something's wrong, it's wrong, and that's it.
Well, me and Nathan haven't mentioned Andy Devine for 10 months. He still mentions me and Nathan on a daily basis, and I don't get why. Because we ain't attacked him for months.
Because it keeps his audience happy, doesn't it? It keeps a little cult happy. And it is a cult. You see his speech today? It was unbelievable. I went in there for about 10 minutes. Oh, it was shocking. It was a major cult speech.
I don't watch anything that Andy Devine does. I don't, like I said, when I said on my live I was coming away, I wasn't interested in it anymore with him and that. I genuinely haven't watched anything he's done.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't do it, honestly. Someone sends me a link, so you need to watch this, Danny. I go, all right, and so I'll go and watch it. But tonight, he clicked on my notifications live. I thought, fuck, I'm surprised I even got one. And I thought it was blocked. So I clicked in straight away. I thought, all right, okay. I gave it less than about 5 or 10 minutes, and I thought, no, I can't do this anymore. It's just cult talk. Cult. It was shocking. It was like Waco all over again.
I've noticed, but it's getting better now because these free speech groups are coming out independently now.
Yeah.
I think it's Patriotic Talk. That was one. That's a good one.
I think I've heard that one, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen your comment on it.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that one before.
There's no point in having free speech if you ain't going to uphold it. No point.
That's true.
Yeah.
But the only one that I've seen that you actually have to pay for is Wake Up UK.
At the moment, I've not seen any more. Yeah, the rest of it's just subs and donations and PayPal and stuff. which I've got no problem with. I mean, I said to John, because John said, you got a problem with PayPal? I goes, John, you can have as many PayPals as you like. It doesn't really bother me. You've been clear. You've been dead clear what you spend the money on, and that's for you to go around at these demos. Right? Now, that's not scamming. That's asking for something and being very clear what you're going to do with it.
Yeah.
That's it. You know what I mean? That's not scamming no one. So I've got no problem with you. You talk some shit about Melanie Shaw, yeah, but I've got no problem otherwise.
Yeah, Melanie Shaw is basically talking about what my uncle had, his abuse in the same one, and she...
Beechwood home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, on what you're saying, Danny, that's why, like, me and Gary and our movement all do it for free, because these are your rights. They're already yours, so we can't charge you for them. Information is free. It should be free. People have got to start to realise this. So that's why we don't accept money in any way.
I think Flo hasn't got a problem with that with you guys there. He knows you're not scammers. I think the only problem, the same as I had, I'm waving, but a lot of us are scratching their heads going, you know what? The information's got to be true as well. You might be free, but it's got to be bang on. You can't give false information and get people in trouble. So we were like, what's that mean? Not PayPal. We've got to get this cleared up. So I'm glad Flo coming tonight and asked you stuff. I'm glad you cleared stuff up with us as well. I'm glad you know what? Now I know what's going on. Because we were a bit confused. You know what I mean? Well, how can you do that? Listen, if I can stop paying my council tax, I want to fucking know a way to do it. You're dead right. I want to know. And I was like, because everyone was interested. But when it's a case of it's not actually not pay it, but it is and it isn't. It's a case of withhold it, do it the proper way. But we need to find out the proper way. That's the bottom line. Because I wouldn't know the proper way. We need like a step by step. First, you got to do this. Second, you got to do that. Then wait for that letter. Then do this. All that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? That's the way we'll sort of be able to do it.
See,
but you need the numbers.
This is the problem. It wasn't me or Gary that was doing the council tax thing in the Dragons and that lot. We just sort of basically had people come to us. So we're doing our best sort of thing like that.
Yeah.
I said it's like we've got a lot going on. We're trying to put out different bits. So, I mean, we hopefully will try and get around to putting out if we can. I mean, the intention is basically we're now going to slowly work on the basics. So teach people the basics of their rights for things like this.
Yeah.
So hopefully eventually we'll get around to doing things like that. Like I say, we don't get any money. So this is all coming out of our own pocket or our own time and stuff like that. So just bear with us.
That's what you're working on at the moment, isn't it, Nath?
Yes, at various bits at the moment, yes. We are sort of working on certain little bits.
Right, it's 2 o'clock. We've been going for what? 5.5 hours now. So what I will do after this lot is I will slice this video up so it separates it out. I'll just call the afterflow, if you like. I don't know what I'll call it. I'll call it something. But I'll split them up so it's separate. Windy, you having a channel going on tonight, I heard? Because we're going to come in and roast your ass. You're trying to put words into my mouth. No, I'm just asking if you've got a channel, mate. What's going on? I thought he was chatting to someone else, so I thought he was chatting to me then. So we'll close up here. Windy, if you want to drop that link in the chat, you're welcome to before we all fuck off.
Well, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Windy. We ain't got a problem with Windy. Get on all right with Windy. I've always got on all right with Windy. He's a good banter.
He's a good laugh.
And that's how it should be.
Yeah, he's a good. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's passionate. He kicks off and fucking. He's the same as a.
No, but that's how it should be. You should be able to have an argument, and you ain't going to agree on everything, but then still end up all right with each other.
Yeah, being human beings still, you know.
Yeah. To disagree.
Yeah. And it's okay to disagree. That's the best thing about it. It's all right. No one's going to get fucking. You're not going to work. You're not going to wake up tomorrow with leprosy or nothing. It's okay to disagree, man. It's all good. He ain't dropped the link in yet, has he? We're not going to roast. I'll wind you up, Windy. I'll wind you up, man. Right, so we'll end this now then, because obviously we
put
it in.
All right. See you later, all.
Yes, we'll catch you all later.
Yeah.
See you later, Fred. Have a good one, son.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, take care.
Nice one, Fred.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you for listening, everybody.
Nice one, Nathan. Thank you, mate.
Yeah. Thanks, Nate.
Have we come offline now?
No, still on, I think.
belly man and shot, I got the wickedest flow. So we're back inside